exciting time of year. Let's hear from Katie about all the upcoming activities.
This year's homecoming dance is quickly approaching, but before it gets here, there might be some important information you need to know. We sat down with Williams to discuss.
Rules and regulations should students know about homecoming?
So when students come to homecoming, every student has to have an ID, whether a student ID or a driver's license is fine, but just some sort of identification with your name and your photo. Students are not allowed to bring any outside beverages or food. You'll be asked to dispose of those at the gate before you enter. Students are also not allowed to bring guests that are over the age of 20 or are in 8th grade. So guests can only be from 9th grade to the age of 20. Also new this year is we are amping up our parking lot enforcement. So there will be patrol happening in the parking lot at all times throughout the dance. So students just know that they should not be loitering in the cars, hanging out in the cars. You're either on campus for the dance or when it's time to go home, it's time to go home.
Aside from rules, we discussed how to enter the dance. Students are only allowed to enter through the Glen Avenue entrance and park in the blue lot. No other entrances to the parking lot will be open. The Glen Avenue entrance is the only open entrance students are allowed to park in. There will be 2 entrances into the actual dance. One will be in the breezeway between the 3000 building and the main building. The second entrance will be on the other side of the 3000 building near the food and nutrition classrooms.
To everyone attending these activities, have fun and be safe. Stay tuned. Later, we will interview with the 5 senior girls on homecoming court.
Did you pacify Percy, dress up as Grease versus Grease, wear your favorite holiday gear, lay down the phoenixes while wearing your favorite Hawaiian outfit, or support the USA? Well, these students did and they rocked it. Check it out.
I think that Spirit Days really aid in school spirit because in the morning when everyone walks in and sees other people dressed up, I guarantee you that everyone has a smile on their face. They're like, oh my gosh, look at you, you look so great. Oh my gosh, can we take a picture? And like strolling through Instagram, seeing everyone's stories of everyone dressed up, I personally love it. Seeing everyone walking into that gym and everyone being together in close quarters, like celebrating our school and our school spirit and getting really happy and hype about the football game, it's gonna be great.
The dress-up days, although a lot of people might not agree with them, I think that the dress-up days have been like a steadfast thing throughout Auburn High School. I know a lot of seniors like Toga Day. Toga Day is a big thing that's been going on for at least 10 years as far as I know. It's a big deal. I love the holiday day, the PJ day, like the babies, that's amazing. Love dressing like I'm old. And then I think just overall, it just aids in the school spirit because it just gets everybody kind of up and ready to go that week for homecoming. So I'm pretty sure it's an awesome thing to do. I appreciate it. I think you'd be good at this. You want to do this, blah, blah, blah. I know Miss Gentry also kind of reached out to me and was like, hey, would you be interested in doing this? And I was just kind of like, yeah, I'll do it, you know. Kind of jumped into deep waters and I'm kind of figuring my way around it though. Kind of appreciating it though because it's a big deal for me. But I think it's going to be a really good thing. I kind of like how these things are going so far. I'm really looking forward to the pep rallies.
You guys look great. Thank you so much for dressing up. And today is USA Day. Make sure to wear your red and white and blue at the football game tonight.
Today we will be having a pep rally to get us in the game spirit. Let's hear more about this afternoon's spirit events.
Today is the homecoming game. In honor of all the festivities happening around our school, AHS is holding a pep rally for all students to help get us into the game day spirit. Today we are on an altered bell schedule with our pep rally taking place from 2:37 to 3:35. Students can expect to be released by grade level. There will be no checkouts after 2:25 and outside guests are not permitted. Sophomores will be in the auditorium and juniors and seniors will rally in the gym. You can expect the afternoon to be filled with spirit from our cheer team, noise from the band, appearances from members of the football team, and plenty of fun games and surprises. The dress-up theme for tonight is USA, so we hope to see everyone decked out in their red, white, and blue. We met up with several students ahead of today's big rally to hear about their excitement.
I'm really so excited. Like, I get to perform as part of the band. It's gonna be so fun.
I am so excited about the pep rally. I think it's a great way to support our Auburn Tigers, and I'm very excited because we really don't have pep rallies here, and it's super fun.
Excited about this pep rally because it shows school spirit, and I get to hang out with my friends.
Yes, I'm so excited for the pep rally because we're gonna be hype and we're all gonna have fun. We're gonna listen to music and just overall have a great time. And the teachers have a really interesting surprise for y'all. So
I'm extremely excited about the pep rally because I feel like this year, especially the seniors, are really spirited and it's really fun, and I'm excited to see everyone come together and just have school spirit, and yeah, I'm excited.
We can't wait to see all your spirit this afternoon, and we can't wait to see everyone there.
Last week we had class officer elections. Congratulations to our new class officers. The sophomore class president is Riley Plexico, the vice president is Amy Lee, and the secretary is Dylan Aldridge.
The junior president is Suyeon Shin, the vice president is Linnea Cox, and the secretary is Reagan Robbins.
The senior class president is our very own Mary Margaret Buck. Yes. The vice president is Gabe Farrow, and the secretary is Kate Witten. Congratulations to all of our class representatives.
On Saturday the 30th, the Auburn High School Marching Band is performing at their very first competition this year. They will travel to Pinson, Alabama. All guests are welcome to come and cheer on our amazing marching band. The band has been practicing in the heat for months to compete at this competition. Our band is very excited to represent our school. Please come out and support.
Next, we'll hear from Mary Margaret about Tiger Mochas.
Tiger Mochas is a student-run coffee shop ran by Auburn High School special education students and FCCLA. We talked to the sponsors, Mr. Meggs and Mr. Wilson, about Tiger Mochas.
So the goal of Tiger Mochas is to teach independent living and work job-based skills for our students with exceptionalities in our department, while also building partnerships and peer mentorships through FCCLA as well, and to bring the community together through something that most everyone loves, coffee.
Then we talked to two students who are baristas for Tiger Mochas, Luke Doyle and FCCLA helper Olivia Parrish. We asked them their favorite parts about working Tiger Mochas.
I don't know. I like it and smoothie and coffee.
My favorite part about working Tiger Mochas is just seeing all the smiles and all the joy that these kids bring to not only the teachers but the rest of the student body.
Visit Tiger Mochas on Friday mornings in the Tiger Den by the practice field. Go support our Tigers!
Go support our Tigers at Tiger Mochas every Friday morning.
Next up, you will hear from Stillman about the Beat Opelika food drive and the benefits it offers our students and our community.
The Beat Opelika food drive is a great way to serve those less fortunate in our community. We talked with Mary Margaret Buck, coordinator of the food drive, about ways to receive service hours for donating.
Any student at Auburn High School can donate to the Beat Opelika food drive and get service hours for it. 4 cans equals 1 hour of service and 1 HiDef point. To submit your hours, just go on interview, snap a picture of you donating the food, and submit it.
The food drive will be 2 weeks starting September 25th and is running till October 6th. Please donate non-perishable food items such as canned foods and peanut butter. Donation bins will be located in front of the library, in front of the band room, and in the Tiger Den by the Blue Lot. Let's send the puppies back to the pound in more ways than one.
Please donate to support our community and beat the dogs. AC2 tutoring was this week. A session was held in the library on Monday, September 18th, and it went from 4 o'clock to 5 p.m. More sessions will be held on upcoming Mondays. These tutoring sessions were held by the Auburn University Honors Serve students. These tutoring sessions will be helpful for students who are looking to improve their ACT scores.
HoSA is continuing their tradition of creating pink shirts for breast cancer awareness. They are making these shirts for students to buy and wear for Pink Out the Duck event. All of the profits from the shirts will be sent to cancer research.
Hey, I'm Jake Festoso, and I interviewed the president of HoSA, Brady O'Donnell, about the upcoming Pink Out the Duck shirts.
Okay, so I'm here with Brady, and you are the president of HoSA, is that right?
That's right.
Can you tell me, when is the sale starting for these pink shirts?
The sale's on now. You can go on My School Bucks and buy them, or you can find a host of students that's selling shirts and get with them. It ends October 4th. That's when our shirts stop going on sale.
And then where do these profits go?
The American Cancer Society. All the money we get from shirts and from other donations goes to Relay for Life and the American Cancer Society.
And then why should students buy these shirts?
Well, one, it's the pink out game on October 27th, where we pink out the duck. You know, we'll sell things at the game, collect donations at the game, and football players will be wearing like pink socks. Everything at the stadium will be decorated pink. And so you can wear your pink shirt at the game. That's the theme for the October 27th game. And also, it's a great cause. We've been doing pink out for a long time. HoSA has been over it for a while. So it's really a great cause just to give to cancer research.
The Pink Out the Duck 2023 shirt is now available in My School Bucks. We will pink out the duck at the October 27th game. All proceeds will be donated to the American Cancer Society. The last day to purchase is Wednesday, October 4th.
Auburn High School yearbooks are on sale. They are on sale for $75 starting today, last week, September 15th. Auburn High School has sold out of yearbooks every year, so it's very important that students order and get to guarantee they get one.
Submissions for senior baby photos are now open. They will only be accepted via the Senior Baby Pics Google form linked on Schoology and in the Senior Remind. The deadline to submit is Sunday, October 1st.
Auburn High is hosting the second annual HBCU Expo. It'll be happening October 4th at 6 p.m. If you're interested in attending, please come and see some colleges.
On sale, senior ads are now on sale in the yearbook. These must be purchased and carried through Jostens. The deadline to purchase is Thursday, November 30th.
The theme for tonight's game against Percy Julian is USA. Support our Tigers by using USA.
Now we will have a short commercial break, but stay tuned. After, we will hear from Taylor with sports.
Get him on film right there.
All right, let's go, man up! Let's go! I will tell you. Somebody take over. Somebody. No shuffle, 120. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, let's go.
Hello, Auburn High School. I'm Taylor Godney with your high school sports. Your Auburn High Tigers beat the Jaguars last Friday night in a severe blowout. I interviewed Coach Goolsby on the Tigers' dominant performance. Your Auburn High Tigers football team recently traveled to the Crampton Bowl as they played their third in-region game against the Jaguars. And let's just go ahead and say it. This game was a complete blowout. By halftime, the score was 44-0 in Auburn's favor, and Jag almost had no yards. The unit packed out the visiting section as well of the historic stadium and gave the Tigers a somewhat home field advantage in the capital city of Alabama. Granted, Jag fans usually don't come to the games, but overall, it was a good bus ride home for the Tigers that night. I talked to Coach Goolsby to learn more about this dominant performance.
Coach Goolsby, the defense coordinator at Auburn High School.
So what did you think about your defensive unit against Jag last Friday night?
I thought they played well. I mean, we ask them all the time to just play with unbelievable effort and energy. Played hard for 4 quarters, and we didn't want to go out there and just give halfway effort. We wanted to go out there and finish the game, and they did. So they did what we asked. Really, the whole unit. We had so many tackles for losses. Caleb Pitts had a touchdown. Kyle King had a safety. I think Andrew Hahn had a safety. Wyatt Trexler had a couple tackles for loss. Andrew Hahn, like I said, he had a couple of tackles for loss. Our entire defensive line dominated and controlled the game. They played really well, and then all our DBs, I think we gave up 4 yards passing in the game. So, the whole unit really did a good job.
I also miss it to be back at home tonight against Percy, Julian.
Can't wait, man. I love the Duck. It's the environment's always been good. Homecoming, it's going to be a great crowd. So we're fired up to be back at the Duck for sure. Come out and support us, man. These kids, they work hard, and come out and support them and cheer them on. It's going to be a good night.
Like Coach Goolsby said, let's pack it out. The unit will be rocking and Percy Julian won't know it hit him. Go Tigers.
Auburn High football will be looking to continue their win streak as they play the Percy Julian Phoenix tonight for the homecoming game. This game is projected to be another blowout, for the Phoenix are only 1-2 on the season and have recently lost to Opelika and Dothan, which were not close games. The Tigers will be looking to run their Wildcat formation to perfection against the weaker Montgomery team. Henry Allen and our running back threat Omar Mabson will also be looking to continue their great campaign so far. Let's go Tigers. Some other great games are happening around the state tonight. Right down the road, the Opelika Bulldogs are taking on the Prattville Lions. This should be a great matchup, for both of these teams are ranked in the top 20 in the state. Another game that really shouldn't be an underrated matchup is Spain Park versus Vestavia Hills. This Vestavia Hills team has taken the state by storm and is looking to continue that accomplishment against the Spain Park Jaguars. Don't let the ranking of Spain Park fool you. This is a really great team. One more matchup that should be an absolute dogfight is Hewitt-Trussville traveling to the Met in Hoover. Hoover has not gotten off to the start they want to, while Hewitt has. Hewitt has only lost, to my opinion, the best team in the state, Central, but that's a whole nother debate. While on the other hand, Hoover has lost to Auburn, Oak Grove, and Vestavia Hills. Hoover would definitely be looking to bounce back and try to achieve a winning record. Girls golf tryouts are soon. They will happen from Monday, October 2nd through Wednesday, October 4th from 4:15 until dark. They will take place Monday, October 2nd at the RT Day Short Course, Tuesday, October 3rd at the Auburn University Club, and Wednesday, October 4th at Moores Mill Country Club. They will play 6 holes each day. The max score is 9. Pace of play and knowledge of basic rules are important. Make sure your Dragonfly account is updated and to submit the completed Google form by Friday, September 29th if interested in trying out. Men's golf tryouts are happening as well. They will also take place Monday, October 2nd at 2:15 p.m. at Moores Mill Club, Tuesday, October 2nd at 2:30 p.m. at Sagahatchee Country Club, Wednesday, October 4th at 2:50 at the Robert Trent Jones Short Course, and Monday, October 9th at 2:30 at Moores Mill Club. Please check Schoology and fill out the questionnaire if you are interested in trying out for the team. Dates and times are able to change if weather permits. For questions, ask Coach Chad Jordan or Coach Ferguson. The flag football team is on a roll right now and kept their dominance going against Opelika on Tuesday. They won by a score of 7-0 and look forward to their games next week on the road against Montgomery Catholic, Prattville, and Spain Park. Wish them luck. Are you interested in joining an awesome mountain bike team? All skill levels are welcome. You don't have to have experience racing to be part of the team. Come to one of the interest meetings to find out more. The Auburn Mountain Bike Interest Meeting will be Wednesday, September 27th at 6 p.m. at One Bike Coffee. Here will be a second interest meeting on Wednesday, October 4th at 6 p.m. at 2415 Moores Mill Road, Unit 130. There will be a wrestling parent meeting for all levels on October 11th at 5:30 in the AJHS Multimedia Room. Be sure to mark on your calendars if interested. The volleyball team won on Tuesday against Central, winning 3-1. Our volleyball team pulled off the upset to beat the Red Devils. They also played on Thursday and won 1 out of 2 games of the doubleheader against Dothan. Remember, all students get in free with a valid student ID. Soccer tryouts are next week. Any student interested in trying out must have an up-to-date physical and a completed Dragonfly account before he or she is eligible to try out. Please note the following dates, times, and locations for tryouts. Monday, September 25th at the AHS track/practice field, girls 6 until 8, boys 7:30 until 9:30. Tuesday, September 26th at Duck Sanford Stadium, girls 5 o'clock until 7 o'clock, boys 6:45 until 8:45. Wednesday, September 27th at the AHS track practice field, girls 5 to 7, boys 7 to 9. The first round of cuts will take place after Wednesday, September 27th. Thursday, September 28th at the AHS track/practice field, girls 5 o'clock until 7 p.m., boys 7 o'clock till 9 p.m. Well, that's all we got for sports this week. Be sure to tune in weekly to see what's going around in the realm of athletics at the school. Be sure to support our Auburn Tigers football team as they come back into the Duck tonight for the homecoming game. Continue to support all of our athletic teams. Have a great Friday.
your club announcements. AHS Club Expo will be Wednesday, September 27th through Friday, September 29th in the hallway of the athletic building during all lunch waves. Explore all of the incredible clubs and activities that our school has to offer. The AHS Spanish Club is accepting members for the 2023-2024 school year. Join by going to My School Bucks and paying the $18 fee. This fee will cover the club t-shirt and membership for the whole school year. You do not have to be a current Spanish student to join. Please see Senior Andrews for further information. FCS will meet every Wednesday at 7:30 a.m. You can look for more updates on their Instagram at auburnhigh.fcs. Be sure to come to the meetings. Let's hear more about FCS and their leadership applications. The Fellowship of Christian Students Leadership application is now available. If you're interested, applications are due Wednesday, September 27th at 3:35. We talked to Miles Gibbons about the importance of leadership.
Leadership is important because I think that although everybody has a relationship with Jesus Christ, I think that sometimes people need to be led towards the right way if they're going down like that wrong path or something like that. I think that being a leader kind of also shows the people that you surround yourself with kind of what to do and what not to do. So just being a leader is kind of a big role for me personally, just because I think like that's important for everybody to do, and I think I like bringing others up with me.
Applications for National English Honor Society has just opened. Here's Stillman for more information.
If you excel in English, you should consider joining National English Honor Society. This is an honor society that celebrates our outstanding English students. We interviewed two sponsors of National English Honor Society, Mrs. Barnes and Mrs. Bradford. Here's what they have to say. So what are some of the requirements to join the National English Honor Society?
So you need to have a 3.5 overall GPA and a 3.75 in your English classes, English 9, 10, and 11, of any variation of those kind of classes.
And you should not have any disciplinary referrals.
And how can you apply to join National English Honor Society?
You will need to join our Schoology group.
It's a group,
not a course.
Not a course.
And we'll have the code below. So join that group, and then you can find all of the application procedures from that group.
And then do you need service hours for National English Honor Society?
You do not. You do not. You just have to apply by our deadline, which is
September 29th.
And then we'll let you know on the Schoology group if you made it into the National English Honor Society, and then you'll just have to pay the dues by a published date, and then you're in.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford and Ms. Barnes, for the interview. If you're interested in joining, please fill out the form on Schoology. NAHS applications for membership will be taken Friday, October 13th. Trium will have its second meeting next Thursday, September 28th. Trium meets in the band room once a month at 7:45 a.m. The goal of the organization is service through music and participation. You can earn a cord at graduation. Trium is currently open to any music students at AHS, and the upcoming meeting is open to new and reoccurring members. We encourage all interested students to attend the meeting next Thursday. HiDef will be holding a general member meeting October 4th in the Scola. The Sheet AHS Literary and Art magazine is selling t-shirts to support for their printing of the magazine and annual competition prizes. The stunning design is a version of last year's magazine cover, designed by a staff member in Mr. Cox's design class. Shirts are $15 and can be purchased via My School Bucks through Friday, September 29th. The Our State t-shirts are on sale now. They sell sizes medium through extra large in hoodies and t-shirts. T-shirts will cost $15 and hoodies will cost $30. Students can buy them in Mr. Cox's room with cash or check to Auburn High School. Also, Kindness Club rival t-shirts are now on sale. If you have any questions, please contact Ms. Cameron Bohannon at cmbohannon@auburnschools.org. Also, see the QR code and image on Schoology to purchase. The deadline to purchase is Monday, September 25th at 4 p.m. That's it for your club news. Next, we will show you the Senior Homecoming Queen nominee interviews.
I'm Hanvi Yun, and I'm a senior at Auburn High School, and I like to play tennis. It is such an honor because I get to be more involved in the student body, and I love putting myself out there. I just hope to have fun with the girls on the court, and I really want my family to be involved because I will be leaving home for college soon, and so walking on the football field with my dad would be a great honor for me and my family. I had the opportunity to be a part of the varsity girls tennis team and be an ambassador for our school to represent. And I also am able to be a part of the IB program, which really helped me prepare for college. So I'm really grateful for all the opportunities Auburn High School has provided me. Probably winning state in 2021 and 2023 with the varsity girls tennis team. I believe a smile goes a long way, so being kind and giving out bright smiles will make anyone's day. So go out, be kind, and smile big.
My name is Holly Helton and I'm a senior. To me, being on the homecoming court really is just such an honoring thing. Like I still cannot believe it. I am just giddy thinking about it, but I am just so excited and I'm so humbled to be represented by the student body. I am so excited and I just cannot wait to see the people and I hope to make so many friendships. I do hope to gain a lot of friends and I hope I get a better outlook on the life and the people at Auburn High School, but more than anything, I just hope that people do view me as a kind person and that they would allow me to represent Auburn High School well, or just see me to view Auburn High School well. I think Auburn High School has definitely prepared me for the future and my education and allowed me to gain all these things like personality or social skills or job things and just exciting new outlook on my future in college and after that. So definitely that. I would say my biggest accomplishment would probably be the relationships I've not only built with the student body, but also the faculty and staff and just the teachers I've had over the last 3 years and getting to know them and allow them to plant and to help me with my life and just build that relationship with them has really been such a joy. And I'm so thankful for all the teachers and staff at Auburn High School because they do so much behind the scenes and none of us at Auburn High School would be where we are without them. So. If I could say one thing to the students at Auburn High School, no matter what grade it would be or what popularity status you might have or what your grades might be, just to not get so focused on the little things when this is nothing compared to what's in the future and what this is going to bring for us. But also, I think I would say just to be kind to people because they won't remember what you might have had on that day, but they will remember how you made them feel. And that is 10 times more important than something that we get so clouded by. So definitely just that and just smile more. Give people, everyone deserves a smile. So just be kind to people.
My name is Ben Belcher and I'm a 12th grade student at Auburn High School. Being a part of the homecoming court is a tremendous honor that, for all the girls to uphold, and I think it's just really humbling that people selected me, and it's just overall a great experience. Hopefully more friendships and connections with the girls on it, and also the underclassmen who are on it as well. And just as a reminder to be nice to your peers. I think AHS has done a great job providing opportunities for all the students here. And even though I'm not involved in some clubs or whatever, I still think the options are out there for anybody. And even the ones that I am involved in have helped me grow so much and get me ready for college. And then my personal impact is I feel like I've just found who I want to be through doing these clubs and stuff, and yeah. I would say my biggest accomplishment is when I got to be president for a lawn show choir last year. It helped me with my leadership skills and also just helped me develop more authentic relationships with the girls, and honestly brought out a side I didn't know I had, and I'm grateful for it. Always give others the best version of yourself because, I mean, even if they don't know you, like, they can't say anything bad about you if you're just kind and authentic.
Hi, I'm Trinity Pritchett. I'm a senior, and I am a part of the Auburn High School Ambassadors. Being a part of Homecoming Court would allow me to show my dedication to academic success and extracurricular activities. I hope to gain a greater personal connection with my peers, and I believe this experience would allow me to do that through social interactions. Auburn High School has impacted me in so many ways, one being allowing me to grow into myself, and I would like to thank the counseling department and the school staff for allowing me to do so. And I think my impact that I've left on Auburn High School would be being an ambassador where it allows me to represent the school student body to new families in the community. As I previously stated, I am an Auburn High School ambassador, and that led me to being able to participate in Alabama Girls State this year as a delegate, and I think that's my biggest accomplishment at Auburn High School. I would like to leave everyone with a quote from the movie The Gladiator that my father loves so very much. The quote is from the leading general where he says, "What we do in life echoes in eternity." These words will never leave my mind because I would like to have this impact on people. We are all judged by how we interact with others here on earth, so I challenge myself and you all to show agape love to everyone.
I get to be a part of a group of girls that the student body thinks like is adequate to represent how to treat others in kindness. I hope to gain like organization and learning how to be organized. I hope to gain like organization and learning how to be organized. Auburn High School has given me opportunities such as like joining clubs like Color Guard and also being on homecoming court. My impact on Auburn High School has been just treating everybody the same and making sure it's a comfortable and safe space for everyone. My biggest accomplishment so far has been able to earn enough credits to be able to graduate early. Thank y'all for choosing me to represent y'all on homecoming court. And yeah, we should make this the best homecoming since it's our senior year.
That's it for today's episode.
You can keep up with Tiger TV by searching AHS Mass Media on YouTube.
You can also keep up with our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram by searching AHS Mass Media.
And you can now listen to podcasts on Spotify and Apple Podcasts by searching AHS Mass Media. More episodes will be added as time goes on.
I'm Mary Margaret.
And I'm Snowman Brown.
Thanks
for watching Tiger TV. That's a wrap. Bye.
Hello and welcome to AHS Countdown. I'm your host, Max Besman. I'm joined by co-hosts Taylor Gottney and Reese Kinder. And today we got a crucial matchup between the Percy Julian Phoenix and the number 3 Auburn Tigers. This is the 17th ever time that Auburn and Percy Julian have played each other. And Auburn currently leads the series 12-4, with Auburn winning last year's game 58-7 on the road. Jeez. Now, with that being said, let's start off with the Percy Julian Phoenix. They are currently 1-2 overall this season, with as well as an 0-2 record in the region, with a loss in Week 3 against Opelika 44-8 on the road. However, that is also the last game they played since they had a bye week last week. So maybe they've improved a little bit. Well-deserved bye week after those two big losses.
I don't think they improved that much.
Hey, we never know. Maybe Coach Jaquay Everett, which speaking of him, it's his second season as the head coach of the Phoenix, and this team is still in a transition phase, so both in football as well as a school, with this being their first year as Percy Julian. All of that being said, what are some things that this Percy Julian team will need to do to secure the win tonight?
Well, it's definitely safe to say that this offense is not this team's strong suit. Only 35 points in 3 games is not super good. And their projected starting quarterback, Bryson McGrew, has not had the start he's wanted this season, of course. And he's only scored a touchdown in their first game.
Oh, no.
They didn't score a touchdown in their past 2 games.
Oh, gosh. Wait, how did they get 8? Oh,
I think 2 field goals and a safety. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But historically,
like Iowa.
AHS, FHS, their offense has always been really bad. The last time they scored more than 300 points was 2017.
Oh my gosh.
And for reference to that, it may sound like a big number, but Prattville, a decent team, has done that almost every single season since 2017. So something's got to change. They got to find a playmaker. They got to dig to the JV team. Hey, you want to try to play football? Here you go. And the city of Montgomery football has always just been a little weak. I mean, we saw Jag last week, Percy Julian this week. You know, it's not always been the best. I feel bad because no one ever comes to their games. We saw the Jag game. No one was at the Crampton. There was probably more Auburn people. Yeah.
No, there's definitely more.
But no shots to Percy Julian. I'm sure they'll improve this game after the bye week. But I hope they play better tonight against Auburn.
Yeah, like their offense. They're not good on defense either. Like Max said, they gave up 42 against Dothan, and they gave up 44 against Opelika. You can't give up that many points tonight, especially against a very good Auburn team.
Especially when you can't score.
Yeah. It doesn't add up.
But, you know, Auburn has a good run game, a decent pass game, and if they're able to stop Auburn tonight, they might be able to get an upset, but I highly doubt it. They just got to force turnovers and get big stops.
Yeah, and coming off of a not-so-thrilling 46-0 victory on the road against Jag are the number 3 Auburn Tigers, who are currently 3-1 overall as well as 2-1 in the region after that tough road win over the Jag team, Jaguars. It wasn't really a tough one. I don't know why I said tough. But in considering this Auburn team was somehow they were only a 15-point favorite going into that game that they won 46-0, I guess it's safe to say that they smashed that over out of the water. With all that being said, how did the Auburn Tigers get it done tonight against the Phoenix?
Well, this Auburn offense came out super ready against Jag, scoring 3 touchdowns in the first quarter, the first 15 minutes of the game. The run game did struggle a little bit, which boggles my mind because, I mean, Omar Mabson, Tyler Flakes, Jamarcus Webb, I mean, they definitely didn't have the game they expected. And against the weak Jag defense, it just didn't really make a bunch of sense. But Crawford Lawfridge, I want to talk about him for a little bit, who was our second-string quarterback, looked great with 6 completions for 91 yards. He actually had a long throw of 56 yards against Jag.
Wow.
So overall, this offense is in a difficult state right now, you know, all the problems happening. And we run the Wildcat a lot, but it did work last week. Maybe it'll work this week. But we're still very good, very strong, and we're looking for a big scoring game to get the momentum going against Percy Julian tonight.
Yeah, you know, last week in Countdown, I said that Auburn needed to stop the run game, and they did. They were able to, you know, they held Jag scoreless. And, you know, if you hold Percy Julian scoreless, that would be 2 back-to-back games that you're able to get big stops and, you know, maybe force some turnovers. And if Auburn can do that tonight, they should be able to get a big win.
Yeah, I think that is interesting what you said about the run game because I looked at it as well. And, yeah, Omar only had 35 rushing yards and Tyler had
like 16 carries for 35 yards.
Yeah, so, I mean, it'll be
Marcus had negative because I think he only got like 6 carries. He had like -2 yards.
Well, see, that's the thing with these smaller teams. Like, they're not so good at covering the pass. You can just, like, you know, that's what you know, we saw Auburn University play Samford. That's what their game plan was, to come in there and just
like the run game for Auburn University against Samford was not it.
Yeah, they didn't. I think over the week, I think Auburn probably like worked on maybe a lot of long deep shots because you want to throw those deep shots and get your receivers active and just, you know. You don't have to always involve a run game.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see because probably the Phoenix will probably do the same thing, probably put 4 up front.
It will be interesting to see what Coach Wag draws up for this game.
Exactly, and with this also being an in-region game for both teams, there is a lot to play for tonight. And like I said before, the all-time series between these two teams, it's not close. Auburn leads the series 12-4 going into this game. However, though, Percy Julian has won 2 of the last 4 meetings between these two teams. And yes, you can look it up right now. When? It was a while ago because they hadn't played in a while, but you can look it up. Yes, I'm telling the truth. Percy Julian has won
crazy.
2 of the last 4 meetings between these two teams, so maybe they can make some magic happen tonight. I don't know. But that being said, what are some things that the Tigers need to improve on in order to come out of this game with a W?
So I know that we brought in our backups in the second half, more than likely, but we struggled to get points up with those backups.
Yeah.
In fact, our only point in the second half was a blocked punt by Kyle King for a safety. Which, shout out to Kyle King.
Yeah,
he's a G. He's so nice. He's so cool. But in order to win this game, we must play the entire game through and impress the ranking systems with our high-scoring offense. Because last week, you saw our high-scoring offense in the first half. But maybe we're only ranked number 3 because we had a low-scoring second half. But we got to just keep dominating. I think this will be a domination. I'm being so for real. But I just think we got to keep dominating throughout the game and keep running the score up to get our young quarterback, 2 young quarterback sophomores reps and get this momentum going before our tough schedule coming up.
You know, last game, Auburn didn't really have any problems on defense. They were able to get those big stops, and, you know, they had big tackles and forced turnovers as well. So if you just do that again this week, you might be able to hold Percy Julian scoreless like you held Jag scoreless last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and if there's ever a time to, like, you know, get your young quarterbacks more involved, you know, because we're kind of going through a little bit of a quarterback situation, seeing who we want to throw the rock for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
It couldn't be a more perfect time than this. I mean,
Yeah.
like, you play Jag, you play Percy Julian.
And like I said earlier, like Crawford Lawfridge with 96 yards. I mean, he had a decent game for what he was given.
Yeah, you don't want to ever see like a guy hurt and stuff like that. But also, like this, like you said, it's probably the perfect time because you're playing 2 teams that really haven't been relevant over the past, maybe I would say 10 years.
Exactly. And with that, we move into our keys to the game segment where now Auburn has different X factors that can help them take over a game. What do y'all think those X factors are or will be in this game?
Well, I say this almost every week, but I'm a huge fan of the run game. I'm a huge fan of just keep pounding the rock down the middle. Maybe do a little outside run with Tremarcus or Tyler Flakes every now and then. But yeah, we need to establish our dominance early with our powerful run game. And in the first quarter, I don't even want us to throw the ball for real. I want us to just run the ball every single play until Percy Julian proves that they can stop it like Jag did. Because if you look at the first quarter of pass game, we ran the ball almost every play, quarterback design runs and running back runs.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Jag proved that they could stop it, so then we went to the throw. And with this running back room, it's impossible not to want to. I mean, and the O-line getting pancake blocks almost every single play makes it even better. So we just need to establish the run and hit them with a deep ball every now and then to win this game.
Yeah, you know, Auburn's defense, I love talking about, you know, getting big stops. That's what you got to do this week. You got to get big stops. You got to force turnovers. That's what I've said this multiple times, but it's just one thing. It's a good key. They just got to keep doing this throughout the season. I know you're not going to be able to do it every game, but you got to get big stops and big turnovers.
Yeah, going to defense, I actually interviewed Coach Goolsby on Tuesday, and he was talking about like how they all got different reps. Like we saw Kyle King, who usually doesn't play, get that block punt, you know. So he was like, our young guys got good reps. We're ready for this Percy Julian game. We're putting everything into it. We're going to dominate them just like we did last game. So
Speaking of interviews as well, we also interviewed Coach Ledextric Oliver, the running backs coach, on this most recent on our most recent episode of our podcast, Play Callers. Go check it out on Spotify or Apple. But talking about that interview with Coach Oliver as well, you know, he talked about one of the best thing about this running back room. The running back room that Auburn has is it's deep. It's so deep.
I feel like with that, like there's a bunch of competition that makes Omar, Tremarcus, and Tyler all want to perform better to get the reps. That
Exactly.
They
Yeah. So I mean, you know, it was a great interview. Go check it out. But yeah, no, just spoke a lot of facts, and I mean, spoke about how great this running back room is.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll perform tonight. And now we move into tonight's player profiles, where we each highlight one player on offense, defense, and one on special teams. And that will be crucial tonight for the Auburn High Tigers. Who do y'all have as y'all's player profiles tonight for tonight's matchup against Percy Julian?
Well, in the last segment, I said I'm a huge fan of the run game, and I've done Tyler Flakes, I've done Tremarcus. I'm gonna have to go Omar this time. I mean, I don't know why I haven't gone Omar yet, to be honest, but yeah, he's our most dominant running back in my opinion. He averages 71 yards a game as a sophomore and 6 yards a carry. And we were talking to Coach Oliver. He was like, if you get 3 yards every single play, that's a win.
That's a win.
Like that's a first down on fourth down, you know? So he can truck, he can juke, he can hurdle. He's powerful, but he's also elusive. He's the whole package, man. So keep number 29 on your mind as you watch this game induct Sanford?
For my player profile, I chose senior defensive end number 54, Marquise Washington. He's going to be very elusive tonight. You got to put pressure on the quarterback. You got to force him to throw interceptions, fumble the ball,
Which he has done a lot.
Yes, and you also have to tackle the running back behind the line of scrimmage sometimes too. Get those big losses. This year he's had 6 solo tackles. He's had 9 assisted tackles. He averages 3.8 tackles per game. And with that right there, that's a very good stats right there. Especially, you need a guy that gets a lot of tackles per game so you can get those big stops and force turnovers.
Yeah, and then on special teams, we talk about, Marquise Washington's a great shout out. He's just one of our very reliable players on that defensive line.
He's also a really nice guy.
Exactly.
He's super nice.
So, and then Omar as well, just super reliable. Honestly, go-to player. This guy's also really reliable. Number 28, London Carter, the senior holder.
Yes, sir. In my ACT prep class.
Yes, he was the starting holder last year as well. You might notice him. I can't remember a last time that London has badly mishandled a snap. I'm losing my words over it because I can't even think of him badly mishandling a snap. I don't think he actually ever has as his time as starting holder.
I would also want to say about London. Shout out London. When we were at the Dothan game behind the Auburn bench, you saw him and Towns practicing over and over again, and JR.
Yeah.
So he has the work ethic. You may look at a holder and be like, oh, he doesn't do anything, but he does stuff. He is a contributor to this team for sure.
Yeah, I've seen London in games and stuff and practice, and also he's in my ACT prep class, and good guy to be around, just a overall fun guy, and also very good holder. You never see him really mess up, and if he plays well tonight, we should be able to play well.
We also talked to Coach Smith, episode 2 of Play Callers, the special teams coordinator, and he was talking about how London, when he mishandles a snap, he's so mad.
Yeah. Well, because if he doesn't handle the snap well, then Towns can't boot it through the uprights like he always does.
That's what Coach Smith was talking about.
Exactly.
The special teams is just very well organized. They always, when they mess up, they don't pout about it. They get back out there and do their job.
Yeah, well, it's like a eye for an eye, a hat for a hat, because if you mess up, then the other person can't do their job. And, London Carter is the full package when it comes to being a holder, and he is going to be a crucial part not only tonight but the rest of the season as part of this very reliable special teams unit. Probably one of the best not only in the state but in the nation, in my opinion. And now we are going to send you to a quick commercial break, but don't go away, because next up is the Friday Night Lineup. Don't go away.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you are not alone.
Welcome back to AHS Countdown. So far this season, we've seen both current co-presidents Cordy Burr and Leah Hardy go 4-3 on the picks. And we also saw Carson Hester become the first and only guest picker so far to go a perfect 7-0 on the Friday night lineup. And he's also one of the reasons, along with football having a lot more games to pick, that Mary Margaret Buck last week, as well as future guest pickers on the show, will be picking 8 games from now on instead of only 7. Speaking of Mary Margaret, she got close to beating Carson's record last week, going 7-1 on the picks. And with all of that being said, please help me in welcoming this week's guest picker. She is currently one of the 2 co-vice presidents of HiDef, along with my co-host Taylor Gottney. And sources tell me that she allegedly has an imaginary boyfriend. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Olivia Naughton.
Thank you, Max.
You're welcome. Now, Olivia, as someone who was part of HiDef staff last year, what would you say is the difference between what HiDef did last year compared to what we are doing this year?
Well, we're already about 10 times better, no offense to the people last year, and we have a video board, so.
Yeah, good way of putting it. And with that, we move into our last segment, which is the Friday night lineup, where we will all pick who we think are going to win the biggest games across the biggest state. And we're going to start off with James Clemens at Florence, a Region 4 at Region 4 matchup. James Clemens is 3-1 and 2-0 in regional play coming into this game, as well as Florence. They're 2-0 in regional play, but they're also 2-2 overall. Who do y'all got in this game between James Clemens and Florence?
I'm going to be honest, I have no idea where James Clemens is, but Florence is favored by 3 in this game, but I think that's just wrong. James Clemens has beaten 3 decent teams in Gardendale, Barb Jones, and Huntsville, and they only lost to a 15th ranked team in the state, Mountain Brook, by only 5 points.
Yeah.
So they could easily be 4-0 if their game against Mountain Brook went a little bit better. But give me the James Clemens Jets with the easy dub.
I'm also going to pick James Clemens just because it sounds like a fruit.
I'm gonna go with the upset. I'm gonna go Florence. Of course I am.
It's not an upset. They're favored.
Well, I don't really know who James Clemens is. I've never heard of James Clemens. But yeah, I think Florence will win this game. I'm gonna say by a touchdown. I'm gonna say 48-40.
Not a surprise. I'm going to disagree with you there, Reese. I'm going to say James Clemens is going to win this one. They're just a better team, really, when it comes down to it. Florence, they played last week in one of our Pregame games. I'm pretty sure they lost. So they're going up against James Clemens, a team that's pretty good. I think they actually possibly could win Region 4. Now, Region 4 usually isn't very strong, but James Clemens definitely could win. And so I got him winning against Florence on the road. Give me James Clemens, the Jets, like you said. And then next we got, RP. But next we got Region 2 at Region 2, and it's between Chelsea, who's coming in strong with a 2-2 overall record, 1-1 in Region 2 play, and they're going away against number 1 Thompson, who's 3-0 and 2-0 in regional play. Who do y'all got in this crucial matchup between Chelsea and the Thompson Warriors?
Well, crucial matchup. I'm not sure about that, but last year I rode with the Hornets and the boys, and I got to do it again. Thompson is favored by 40 points in this game, but how can you not root for Chelsea? Okay. Everyone wants Thompson to lose. You know, they're the underdogs of Region 3, overlooked by everyone. Yes, they lost to Tuscaloosa County by 21 and Helena by 36, but they bounced back in the biggest way possible in the state, and they go on to 4-12 against Thompson all time with a huge upset win. Give me the Chelsea Hornets.
I also want Thompson to lose, but I'm not silly, so I know Thompson is going to win.
Yeah, I'm not silly either. Unlike Taylor, Thompson wins by about 55 points.
Trent Seaborn's overrated.
What?
So I'm going to have to disagree with Taylor here. I'm gonna say Thompson's gonna win here because I care about getting my picks right. So I'm gonna go with Thompson beating Chelsea. Give me them by 45 at home against the Hornets,
45.
Beating the spread.
You know who's gonna win is Chelsea by 45.
Okay, yes, that's not gonna happen. Maybe an alternate universe, but the Warriors are gonna wipe the Chelsea Hornets, and that's all we have to say about that. Next, we got Region 2. Okay, so sorry, I need to correct myself. That was a Region 3 matchup. This is a Region 2 matchup, and it's between Smith Station, who's 0-4 in the season, 0-3 in regional play. And they're going away against number 7 Dothan, who's 3-1 on the season and 2-1 in regional play with their only loss coming to Auburn. So who do y'all got between the Panthers and the Wolves?
So Dothan is favored by 44 in this game. And last week, if you watched last week's episode, I went on a rant about how bad Smith Station was for like a minute straight.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. Smith Station is awful. They will not win this game. They probably won't win the game all season, to be honest. So I got Dothan winning this game easily. They have a good Wildcat formation that they rely heavily on, and they have great weapons like we saw in that Auburn game.
I also just don't like Smith Station. I also think they're awful. So I'm going to go with Dothan.
I'm going to go with Dothan. Smith Station, like Taylor said, I don't think they're going to win a game. So, yeah. I can't wait to see Smith Station and
They
Jag.
literally lost to a 5A school.
I can't wait to see Smith Station and Jag. That game should be a low-scoring game.
The toilet bowl.
But, yeah, no, I think Dothan's going to win by a lot.
Yeah. No, I mean, like you said, they lost to a 5A team. The one game I thought they possibly could win this year, they lost 51-10. So I'm not picking them the rest of the year. And I still think that is wild, though, that they are favored more against Smith Station than Thompson is against Chelsea. 44 points.
Chelsea is 2-2.
Okay.
Go Hornets.
So, but no, Dothan's going to win this game by a lot. It's not going to be close. Smith Station might not score a point the entire game.
Have they scored an entire point the entire game?
Has their defense given up as much as Jag's defense has?
I don't know. That's a tough question to ask, but it's probably a lot. Give me Dothan 73-0. I'm going to go the Wolves. And next we'll move on to another Region 2 matchup between Prattville, who's 1-2 overall and 1-1 in the region. And they're going away against Opelika, who's 2-2 overall and 2-1 in the region after losing a surprisingly close one against Central last week. I'm not going to say I told you so. But who do y'all think is going to win between the Lions and the Bulldogs?
All right, Opelika is favored by 15 in this game. But I do think this will be a very close game. Prattville is always one of those teams that if they have a good season, they could finish number 3 in Region 2. And then if they do bad, they can finish last, but above Smith Station, of course.
Yeah.
But Prattville has not had the season they want so far, but I do think this will be a close game. I believe in Opelika, but I don't believe in them like that much, you know. But their quarterback, Roman Gagliano, is amazing, and he will lead the Opelika Bulldogs over the struggling Lions team. And Prattville lost to Dothan and Foley by more than 30 points. So it's true that they're struggling. So give me Opelika probably by 10. I would say 24-14.
As much as it physically pains me to pick Opelika, I have to pick Opelika, but I hope it's like by a point.
Yeah.
I hope they have fun and do a tie.
I say it's a close game. I say it's a very close game, probably till the end. And I say Opelika wins this game by about 14 points. It's a very good matchup, and I say Opelika
I thought you
wins.
said close game.
I said that 14 points is close.
Okay, sorry.
14 points is close.
So
yeah.
This game's not going to be close. Prattville was terrible this year. I'm sorry. They, like you said, they lost to Dothan by 30 points. Which Dothan is a good team, but their only win is against Smith Station. And I think they beat them by less points than that 5A school beat Smith Station. So I'm going with Opelika on this one. Give me Opelika 35-3. Prattville's
He
not
loves
good.
it with the dominance.
And, but this isn't me saying
He's going to smash that over.
Yes, I would smash that over for this game if I was a bettor. So Opelika wins this game 35-3. Next, we'll move on to a Region 3 matchup between Spain Park, who's 2-2 on the year, and 0-2 in the region. 2 tough losses. And they're going away against number 5 Vestavia Hills, who's 3-1 on the season and 1-1 in Region 3 play. Who do y'all got between Spain Park and the Rebels?
Well, Vestavia is favored by 19 in this game, and I think this is right. I kind of rode the Spain Park bandwagon for a little while in their game against Hoover, and they broke my heart. Hoover unfortunately beat them. But I think Spain Park is a very underrated team. I don't think they're as bad as their record shows, going 0-2 in the region. Region 3 is a hard region.
Yeah.
I mean, you got some good teams in there. But Vestavia is taking the state by surprise right now. I mean, no one expected Vestavia Hills to be good this year. And they'll try to keep that momentum going to further the record to 4-1. Let's go Rebels.
I'm also going to pick Vestavia. I've never even heard of Spain Park in my life, which is probably embarrassing, but I'm just going to
They're another Birmingham school.
Yeah.
But they're small.
Yes, Vestavia.
Yeah, I don't know why I picked Hoover last week. I probably should have picked Vestavia Hills, but yeah, I think Vestavia wins this game pretty big. Vestavia is very good and possibly could make the playoffs this season.
Well, Vestavia is definitely making the playoffs this year, and they have a chance to go far this year, which, like you said, a lot of people didn't expect them to be at 3-1 at this point in the season with games against Hoover and Thompson. But, no, I got Vestavia winning this game as well. Spain Park.
Auburn commit from Vestavia that we talk about like every single week.
Yeah, Jordan Ross, which I don't think he's committed yet, but he's crystal balled there. Yeah. So hopefully he does commit because he is a absolute star, absolute stud player. He's going to sack the Spain Park QB about 8 times, and Vestavia Hills is going to win this game. Give me them 43-2. But next week, another Region 3 matchup between number 6 Hugh and Trustville. Safety.
What are you saying? There's going to be 2 safeties in the game?
Yes. So next we got number 6 Hugh at Trustville, and they're 3-1 on the season and 2-0 in regional play. They haven't played great teams, as you saw. They haven't been on our recent Friday night lineups, but they are 3-1, and they're going away against Hoover, who has been on our Friday night lineups, and they have lost a lot. They're 1-3 on the year. They're 1-1 in regional play. Let's see if they can bounce back against a really good Hewitt-Trustville team. Who do y'all got between Hewitt-Trustville and the Hoover Buccaneers?
So besides Chelsea, this is my actual sleeper pick. I actually did pick Chelsea, but they're probably not going to win. Hewitt is favored by 7, and I think with the struggling Hoover team, that is true. They should be favored, but I have a feeling about Hoover. I have a feeling they're going to bounce back, sneak into the playoffs. Maybe be a first-round exit, probably be a first-round exit. But they'll bounce back with the home crowd by their side. I mean, we saw it against Auburn. Their home crowd shows up. The students show up. Give me the Buccaneers by a game-winning field goal, and their quarterback Noah Schubach, who I actually saw at the Auburn University game on a visit, will go crazy with 2+ touchdowns easily.
Talk about me picking Hoover. There we go.
It's not your pick, it's Olivia's pick.
Thank you, Taylor. I'm also going to pick Hoover just because we beat them there, so I have good memories associated with Hoover. Hoover.
All right. Do you know who Hewitt Trustville is?
Can't say I do.
Okay.
You know what I did last week? Made the biggest mistake of my life. I picked Hoover.
Of your life.
And
over Vestavia?
Not ever doing that again.
Vestavia is better than Hewitt.
Hewitt wins by like 30 points because Hoover's just terrible, and Hewitt wins.
Here's the thing. This is probably one of the most interesting games that we picked on here recently. Because you got one team in Hewitt Trustville who hasn't really been challenged yet. The one game that they got challenged in was against Central and got blown out. So, and that got a lot of people thinking, oh, Hewitt Trustville's not really good. But then they won 3 straight games now, albeit it's against nobodies, but they won 3 straight games.
At Tuscaloosa County.
Yeah, exactly. And then you got Hoover, who's played a lot of really good teams, and they've lost. I mean, you look at that game against Mississippi, the team that's top 10 in Mississippi right now, Oak Grove. They played them to overtime, but they still lost. A loss is a loss.
Is that the closest game they've played against a big team and they've all lost?
I do think so, considering they lost to Auburn 39-4.
Yeah, no, the Auburn game was
21-3.
The Auburn game was 39-14, and the Vestavia game was.
But you look at their 3 losses. You got Auburn, who's ranked number 3 right now. Vestavia, ranked number 5, and possibly should be ranked higher because they've been playing really good football. Number 4 right now is I can't think of them off the top of my head. Vestavia should be ranked 4, in my opinion, because I can't even name the person that's there. I think it's Enterprise, actually, might be. Might still be Enterprise.
No.
But, anyways, Vestavia should be 4, and then you got a top 10 team in all of Mississippi, not just in their division. So, that means I'm going to go with Hoover to bounce back here. I'm going to agree with Taylor and Olivia on this one. I'm not super confident about it. Hey, Reese, this is one where I can genuinely say, touche if you get this one right, because this is a toss-up here. Coin flip. I'm going to go with the Buccaneers to win this one. Very close, probably like a game-winning field goal, like you said.
Delusional.
And, Hoover's going to win this one. Reese, you're going to get this one wrong. I'm going Hoover all the way.
Bucks.
And now, the last one we got before our main matchup tonight is a Region 1 matchup. I don't think we picked that many Region 1 matchups.
Nope.
And it's going to be Daphne, who hasn't showed up on a Friday night lineup all year. They're 3-1 and 2-0 in the region. They must have played nobodies. And they're going away against number 9 Baker, who's 4-0 and 2-0 in the region. Has looked really good, playing some really good football. Who do y'all got between Daphne and Baker?
Baker is only favored by 5. And I think that is true. I think this will be a very close game. But with the home crowd backing them up, I got to go Baker. They're a great team. Home field advantage in high school football is crazy. We see it with Auburn, we see it with Hoover, we see it with all these schools that aren't as good, but the home crowd pushes them to be better. Yeah. So I think that gets Baker the win. And also I want to highlight Josh Flowers. He's Baker's quarterback. He's a 3-star already committed to Mississippi State.
Yeah.
He committed, I think, September 15th, actually.
Yeah.
So he's going to have a big game to further his senior campaign and probably pull in more offers.
I'm also going to pick Baker just because Daphne sounds like a Disney character, but I've never heard of either of them. But
You ever heard of Baker?
No.
We played him in the first round of playoffs last year.
We played him 2 years.
Yeah.
Maybe 3.
It's okay.
But
Baker.
No, I'm gonna go Baker. That game line's pretty. That game line's pretty close. I'm kind of surprised it's pretty close because I've never heard of Daphne before. So, but I say Baker wins probably by maybe a touchdown or maybe 10 points, something like that.
Yeah, I've heard of Daphne before, mainly because if you go onto the website that we use, ahsfhs.org, shout out to them, they always have a Daphne. They've always had this Daphne player on there, and it's like this purple. I like their uniforms. They kind of look like the Vikings uniforms, purple and gold. But I'm going to go with Baker. Screw the uniforms. I'm going to go with Baker to win this one because they put up a really good fight. It was a great game. We talked about it actually on our podcast, by the way, Tiger's Den. Go check it out. They beat Foley. It was 51-44 on the road at Foley. So I don't know. I feel like Baker's a really good team this year. I feel like they're definitely going to win Region 1. Yeah. And like you said, Josh Flowers is a baller.
And then they'll lose to Auburn in the first round of playoffs.
Yeah. See,
like they always do.
Exactly. So I'm going to go with Baker to win this one. by a lot. So actually, I don't think it's going to be close. I just haven't seen Daphne play anybody, so I don't know if they're good or not, but I'm going to go with Baker on this one. Next, we got our game of the night. Region 2 at Region 2. Percy Julian, who's 1-2 and 0-2 in the region, going to Duck Sanford to face the night before homecoming, number 3 Auburn, who's 3-1 on the year, 2-1 in the region. Who do y'all got between the Phoenix and the Tigers?
Auburn is only favored by 9. And no offense to AHS, FHS, but that is crazy. That is barbaric. That is buffoonish. I said buffoonish week 2.
Big word.
Auburn will assert their dominance in the first quarter over this weak Percy Julian team and show the city of Auburn the talent on the field with the homecoming game. You know, we were talking to Dillard, graduated teachers that used to work here, people that used to come to Auburn High School will come to this game for the homecoming game. And, you know, homecoming, the court, the events, the band, the unit, everything will contribute into this big win for the Auburn Tigers. And we got the pep rally earlier today. So I think the fans are just ready. And we're going to try to get on a roll before our next 3 tough games at Ramsey, at Opelika, and at home against Central. So give me the Auburn Tigers.
Percy Julian is literally a bird, and so I just think that is. So obviously I'm going to pick Auburn. And like Taylor said, the home crowd advantage and all the people coming to watch the game. And our video board, of course.
Yes.
And that new starting lineup video. So I'm going to pick Auburn.
Reese, who you picking as well?
Okay, Percy Julian, the only team they beat is Lanier. Who's Lanier?
Hey, they beat Jag and Smith Station, actually.
Last year.
Yeah. Last year. They're the 5A school that we were talking about.
But, yeah, you can't lose to Opelika. Or no, Dothan, actually, my bad, Dothan. Can't lose to Dothan 42-6, and then you lose to Opelika 44-8. That's pathetic. Yeah. And just like their school, they're trash. Auburn wins by 50, so yes.
Throwing shots.
Yeah.
What did Max do last week?
Listen, I'm gonna try and keep away from the shot throwing right here, but you know, Auburn. I was talking to Dillard earlier this week, our head CTSO of HiDef, and he talked about teams don't lose their homecoming game often. And Auburn especially, we haven't lost one since 2006. So
that was a depressing homecoming.
Yeah, no, it was a sad homecoming, but this one's going to be, we're going to win this one. We're going to win this one by a lot. And I think of your player profile, Omar Mapson, for today's show. We're not going to see him a lot. He might be in there the first quarter, like you said, because he's going to run for possibly like 5 touchdowns in the first quarter. Give me Auburn 112-0. Or they'll get a late time field goal.
No game on anymore.
Auburn proves that they are the number 3 team in the state against Percy Julian, who they're not great, but hey, you know what they say?
Wait, what was the score you said?
112-3. I know.
Broke the game line. You broke the game line.
I know.
He smashed that over.
Yeah, he's totally just smashed.
I'm gonna smash this over as well, and Auburn is gonna destroy. They're gonna smash Percy Julian tonight. The Tigers are gonna win, and like Olivia's pick, Auburn's gonna win, and that's gonna do it for the AHS Countdown pregame show. For myself, as well as the rest of the crew here at AHS Countdown, as well as a very special thanks, to our guest picker, Olivia Naughton. We hope you enjoyed tonight's game, and we hope to see you here next Friday when Auburn football goes on the road to take on Ramsey.
Delta Dawn, what's that flower you have on? Could it be a faded rose from days gone by? And did I hear you say he was meeting you here today to take you to his mansion in the sky? She's 41 and her daddy still calls her baby. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
You can't tell how someone feels just by looking at them or what they share online. To the outside world, our lives may look perfect, even if in reality they aren't. I'm always worrying about doing well at school, and with the end of year test coming up, I'm not sure how much longer I can cope. My thoughts swarm around my head, sometimes keeping me up all night. Some days it's just all too much, and I feel like I'm lost in space. When I did badly on one of my tests, I just about kept it together until I got home. Then I broke down crying in front of my mum. She listened for a bit, and then she told me that, just like physical health, we all have mental health. It's our feelings, our thinking, our emotions, and our moods. She then said that feeling down, angry, and stressed is a normal part of life. Just like it's normal to feel happy, confident, and carefree sometimes. We all have positive and negative emotions that come and go based on what's happening around us. These are everyday feelings. Good mental health means experiencing negative emotions. It's not always about being happy. Mum can relate to the feelings of stress. So when Mum suggested I take a break from everything and do something I enjoy, I actually took her advice. So I made myself a hot chocolate, snuggled up in a duvet and watched a film. And you know what? Afterwards I felt so much better. Mum should take her own advice.
Most of us only ever share the good things. We don't like to share how we really feel. Every morning when I wake up, negative thoughts stream through my head. Getting out of bed and pretending I'm okay takes all the energy I have. As the day goes on, the negative thoughts turn from a stream into a river. The water rushes through my head so loudly it's hard to concentrate in lessons. And some days it's so bad it feels like a waterfall that's trying to pull me over the edge. Everything is so overwhelming. I didn't think my friends would understand if I told them how down I was feeling. But when Sasha opened up to me about how stressed she was feeling, I told her. I wasn't sure how to bring up how I'd been feeling, so I started by saying that I didn't feel like myself. Just her listening made me feel like she understood. She told me some things that had helped her, so I tried them too, but it didn't make much of a difference. Even when I tried to be around my friends, I felt alone. The things I used to enjoy weren't fun anymore.
I was really worried about Andre and not sure what to do. He was quiet and wasn't hanging out with us like he used to. So I asked our head of year for some advice. He suggested I get Andre to speak to him since his negative feelings weren't going away.
I didn't want to speak to our head of year, but I also didn't want to keep feeling so down, so I went. He said that sometimes we have overwhelming feelings that can be more intense than our everyday feelings. These feelings hang around for a long time and change the way we feel, think, and behave. They can stop us doing what we want to in life. That's what I was going through. He also said that if we're physically unwell, we let people know, we ask for help. It should be no different with mental health. Sometimes our overwhelming feelings are brought on because of things in our life. Sometimes they happen for no reason at all. After hearing this, I felt much less alone and it felt good to talk. Scientists have found exercise can help when you're feeling low, so our head of year encouraged me to sign up to the school football club, which Sasha was already in. I still have days when the river is there, but now I'm beginning to understand my mental health. I'm learning how to cope. Our head of year reminded me that my friends, family, teachers, and lots of others at school are there to help just as much as he is. I had no idea the people around me could be so understanding. And while it's not always easy to talk about my mental health, the person I'm talking to might be able to help. If you don't feel like talking, that's fine. You could try writing, sports, reading, art, music, playing with your pet, whatever makes you feel better.
If you're the person someone talks to when they're struggling, just listen with no pressure or judgments. You don't have to have the answer. If you feel unsure about anything, you can speak to a trusted adult. Talking about mental health doesn't have to be difficult. After all, it's something we all have.
Performing on stage takes mental and physical preparation. But one thing I never thought to prepare for was cervical cancer. 91% of cervical cancers are caused by the human papillomavirus, or HPV. For many people, HPV hides inside them and they never develop symptoms. But for others, HPV links directly to cancer. My cancer almost ended my career. It almost ended me. The good news is there are vaccines that can protect you or your children from cancer. The HPV vaccine is recommended for 11 to 12-year-olds, and a catch-up vaccine may be an option for teens and young adults. Talk to your doctors. You don't want HPV hiding inside your body like HPV has been hiding inside this commercial. Did you see all of them? Go to thinkaboutthelink.org to look again and learn more. Together, we can stop cancer before it starts.
All currently serving military vets or immediate families of troops killed in action, VetTix is for you. Sign up for free to become a VetTixer and start creating new happy memories that will last a lifetime. Go to vettix.org to become a member now. VetTix, give something to those who gave.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
Come on! Oh, what a bad call! You have no business being out there. Terrible!
You know, I'm a person too.
This high school gym used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
Extinction is forever. To save America's most iconic and imperiled species from extinction, we must fight for their future. Fight to save the natural lands that wildlife call home. Fight to limit pollution. Fight for smart development. Fight for their future. And fight for ours. For so goes nature, so goes us.
We are Sikhs, Sikh Americans.
We believe in equality, tolerance, and respect for all.
Because Sikh values are American values.
We are doctors,
PTA moms,
patriots. We are Americans. We like Game of Thrones.
I'm obsessed with Star Wars. I've seen every episode of SpongeBob because that's what my daughters like to watch.
We
are six.
We all smoked in those days. If that was you then, get your lungs screened now.
The life of every child is precious beyond measure. If you care for a child with a disability and have limited income and resources, help is available. Children with a physical or mental disability or who are blind may qualify for monthly cash payments through the Supplemental Security Income Program, or SSI. The program provides help to meet basic needs for food, clothing, or a place to live, and disability-related needs. It's money that can make a meaningful difference. If you're the parent or caregiver of a child or teenager you think may be eligible, call Social Security at 1-800-772-1213 or visit ssa.gov/SSIkids to learn how to apply today. That's ssa.gov/SSIkids. It's real help for the children. Message produced by Social Security at U.S. taxpayer expense.
Okay, I know what you're going through. Too much time inside, not enough outside. And what's up with the parents? They're in their own world. Hello? You can't do anything right anymore. No encouragement, no anything. If you're waiting for something to change, maybe it's time to stop waiting and change things yourself. So ask your parents how they're doing. Yeah. You go first. Ask what you can do to help. Parents are people too, and the stresses you're feeling, you can bet they're feeling as well. Best of all, when you help them feel better, it has the same effect on you. Visit yourlifeyourvoice.org for some game-changing ideas on how you can turn things around at your house. When you go first, everybody wins.
Adventurer, coach, chef, teacher, audience, superhero. If you're a parent, you've done it all this past year. But the one thing you may not have done is take care of yourself. And it's nearly impossible to keep everyone else full of joy if you're feeling empty. At Boys Town, we know that a parent's mental health is important too. So when it's all too much, take a break and regroup. It's a great strategy that puts things in perspective so you can deal with challenges. The review and recalibrate method of self-care helps you see what's working and what's not. Go to boystown.org/stressedout for more great self-care tips for parents. You can even download an ebook to guide you and your family through self-care strategies. Because healthy parents are key to happy families. Boys Town, saving children and healing families. When his idea of game night has you feeling plagued, or your teacher's pet has become unleashed. And inseparable has become intolerable. Visit boystown.org/parenting. Whether you're a parent, grandparent, or guardian of a toddler, teen, or someone in between, we've got parenting guides, articles, videos, tools, and quick tips from experts backed by over 100 years of experience. Get your parenting going in the right direction with Boys Town, saving children and healing families.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to my house. Lately, not my happy place. Everybody's pretty tired of each other. The parents were not themselves. My little brothers were morphing into small creatures. The walls were closing in. Clearly, a case of too much family, too close, 24/7. And there's a lot of that going around right now. If this sounds like your house, try going someplace new. YourLifeYourVoice.org. You'll find lots of ideas to help you handle the family stresses of being confined to close quarters. YourLifeYourVoice.org. It might not get you out of the house, but it could help you find a little more breathing room.
parenting your teen, it might be time to take a new approach. Visit boystown.org/parenting. Whether you're the parent of a toddler, teen, or someone in between, we've got parenting guides, articles, videos, quick tips, and even live parent talks with Boys Town experts. Boys Town, take your parenting skills to new heights.
Okay, I know what you're going through. Too much time inside, not enough outside. And what's up with the parents? They're in their own world. Hello? You can't do anything right anymore. No encouragement, know anything. If you're waiting for something to change, maybe it's time to stop waiting and change things yourself. So ask your parents how they're doing. Yeah, you go first. Ask what you can do to help. Parents are people too, and the stresses you're feeling, you can bet they're feeling as well. Best of all, when you help them feel better, it has the same effect on you. Visit yourlifeyourvoice.org for some game-changing ideas on how you can turn things around at your house. When you go first, everybody wins.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood. But it doesn't need to be. You can be the author. Learn how at numberstory.org.
The life of every child is precious beyond measure. If you care for a child with a disability and have limited income and resources, help is available. Children with a physical or mental disability or who are blind may qualify for monthly cash payments through the Supplemental Security Income Program, or SSI. The program provides help to meet basic needs for food, clothing, or a place to live, and disability-related needs. It's money that can make a meaningful difference. If you're the parent or caregiver of a child or teenager you think may be eligible, call Social Security at 1-800-772-1213 or visit ssa.gov/SSIkids to learn how to apply today. That's ssa.gov/SSIkids. It's real help for the children. Message produced by Social Security at U.S. taxpayer expense.
When stress shows up, it can be hard to see. Maybe you can't sleep, or you feel sad and you don't know why. Or maybe it's worse, because stress can knock you down. It can hurt your health and your relationships. If you've lost a job, worry about your next meal, or have trouble making it through the day, we can help. Text STRESS to 211-211 to find a solution.
The dark side's going up and is real. She'll never know just how I feel. Out of the shadow she walks like a dream. Make me feel crazy, make me feel so mean. Nothing gonna save me from the love that's blind. Slip to the dark side and cross our line. On the dark side. Oh yeah. On the dark side. Oh yeah. Dark side's going up, nothing is real. She'll never know just how I feel. Come out of the shadow, she walks like a dream. Make me feel crazy, make me feel so mean.
The following is an Auburn Network production.
It's a classic combination. Wings 94-3 and Auburn High School football.
It's a rollout and looking for a throwback, and it's there. And give him 6. Touchdown, Tigers. Puts his foot in the ground. Dives for the end zone. Give him 6. Cuts back inside. Gets free, and he's gonna score.
AHS football on Wings 94.3 is presented by the Orthopedic Clinic, Russell Building Supply, and Southern Union. Also brought to you by Auburn Bank, Franklin Tire and Auto, University Ace Hardware, Troy Bank and Trust,
Hi, Hudson Bank.
By Gouge Performing Arts Center. Now, the voice of Auburn High football, Scott Bagwell.
A couple of weeks ago, your Auburn High School Tigers started their home schedule against the Enterprise Wildcats in a day full of festivities. It was DeMarcus Ware Day honoring the Auburn High School Pro Football Hall of Famer. And from there, Auburn High did not play well. Got down 14-0, fought all the way back, and then lost at the buzzer in a result that will impact the rest of the regular season as Auburn High finds themselves behind the 8 ball here heading into the deep part of region play. Tigers need a win tonight against newly minted Percy Julian, and then Auburn High's got to win next week against Ramsey before they get ready for the Big 2 showdowns that will be against Opelika and the Central Red Devils, as Auburn High School comes in with a record of 3-1 but still had a very murky road to the playoffs, as that's what happens in a very deep and very tough region. One loss can kind of change everything, and Auburn High School is dealing with the effects of that loss against Enterprise still a couple of weeks later. We come back here on the Russell Building Supply Countdown to Kickoff. We'll have keys to the game as you are listening to the Auburn High School Sports Network presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Whether you're a senior golfer or pro athlete, high school football player or little league superstar, injuries are sometimes just part of the game. When it happens, it's nice to know the Orthopedic Clinic is here to get you back in action. The team of physicians at the Orthopedic Clinic offer the latest in treatment, procedure options, and complete rehabilitation for knees, hips, ankles, spine, and more. Don't let aches and sprains or more serious orthopedic issues keep you on the sideline. Visit theorthoclinic.com and schedule an appointment today.
Inspired by the Gold Bison, Southern Union students blaze new trails every single day.
They press forward knowing their SU education will lead them to success. Affordable, accessible, and locally unparalleled. Whether you're transitioning to a university or launching straight into a lucrative career, a degree from SUSDC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations, dedicated faculty and staff, endless possibilities. It's all waiting for you at Southern Union. It's time to venture forward. Register today.
Experience and knowledge from the pros. Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply.
Russell Building Supply is Auburn's hometown home center. With top brands and an easy-to-use drive-through lumberyard, we have what you need to get the job done. Russell Building Supply, East University Drive in Auburn.
Become a Russell Rewards member.
Experience and knowledge from the pros. Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply.
It's Auburn High game night on Wings 94.3. And this is the Russell Building Supply Countdown to Kickoff.
This is the Russell Building Supply Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply. Experience and knowledge from the pros at your hometown home center. Scott Bagwell here, and joining me now is Rob Page. Look at tonight's keys to the game presented by Gouge Performing Arts Center at Auburn University. And Rob, a couple of weeks ago, that loss to Enterprise kind of changed everything. You also had a quarterback injury, and since then Auburn High has been able to win a couple of games. But the schedule after this is really, really tough, and this is kind of Auburn's last chance to get all their ducks in a row.
Yeah, this is their opportunity for a get-right game, Scott, and they need to go out and just take advantage of that. I mean, play assignment football. Something extraordinary, I think, would have to happen for them to walk out of here tonight with a loss. They just need to play sound football, go out and do the little things and have fun. I mean, work on establishing and perfecting what your new identity is going to be now without your starting quarterback in play, and go out and just try to make those things better and improve upon what you do well.
Yeah, and the other thing is the defense knows it. Your starting quarterback goes down. You're trying to figure out who's it going to be. That onus now goes to the defense to, hey, they played well against Dothan. The offense is what it is. You got out of there with a win. Played well last week. We'll see what happens this week. But Ramsey, Opelika, Central are 3 explosive offenses. And so it's get right for offense, but the defense also knows that they're going to have to play pretty darn good, maybe near perfect football once you hit that meat of the schedule.
Yeah, you do, and part of it is about just giving your offense time to find themselves, give this coaching staff time to find, what it is that's going to make the offense go. And I think that they'll find some things that they can do well. Offensively, try to work on the things that you're weakest tonight and see if you can give some things to to those guys to have to, your opponents to have to prepare for, but also give your guys some confidence. But not to feel like defensively you have to be perfect every time you go out there, but to still be able to play with a high level and turn the ball over and get this offense an opportunity to have a short field. But the other thing's the offensive line. It's so incumbent on them to play well now that the passing game is such in question. So, a lot of guys that just have to pick up the slack now that you're playing with a quarterback that's kind of an unknown.
Yeah, and I mean last week you mentioned short field. Auburn High started basically at midfield. The average starting position for Auburn was their own 48-yard line, and I mean their first drive of the game was at the 6 going in. So, it's that's something defense did very well against Jag, was get Auburn that short field, let the offense get rolling, and then kind of cruise to a victory from there. And then adding on to that, I think a key for Auburn is the pass game. It's gotten a little bit better. It's gotten more. The game at Dothan was what it was. It was going to be tough to ask that offense, the pass game, to get anything going. Saw a little bit more last week. Expect to see a little bit more this week, and just continue to build and build. And also feed the ball to Ian Nation. See if you need to throw the ball a little bit. Go get it to your best player out there and see if he can make something happen. The other one is probably get Cheetah Webb involved in the pass game, get that explosiveness, because Auburn's still kind of from that first-string offense, still looking for their first massively big pass play. They had a 56-yard gain with the backups last week, but still need, it's so tough to drive the ball against really good defenses. Need to find a way to get big chunk plays.
Nope, I agree. And like you said, get the ball in quality field position, and defensively, make sure that you're doing that for your offense, and then offensively not putting your defense in a bad situation, which is what they did to lose that game against Enterprise. Yeah. So, come out and see if you can't get something going through the air, but you're going to have to lean on your offense, on your offensive line, and see if those guys can't come out and perform when everybody knows they're going to run the football.
Yeah, and, you look at the running game for Auburn, 200 yards down at Dothan, average 6 yards a carry, about 5.5 against Jag, but the stats from the Jag game get kind of weird because it was, backups and short field a lot. You couldn't really see anything. But, this offense is going to go a lot better if the offensive line continues to get better. And Coach Stafford told me at the beginning of the year, this is a line, week 2, week 3, it might be a little bit of a struggle, but week 6, 7, 8, he expects them to be a whole lot better. Well, for them to be better coming to the Opelika Central game, they need to take another step here tonight.
Yeah, they got to get better each time they come out and play. I mean, it's just growth. It's steady growth as the season goes on, but you've only got a handful of opportunities to play against opponents that you can use to work on some things. You can't take these guys totally for granted. You got to go out and perform, but this is a different quality of opponent than what you're going to see in the next 3 weeks. And you've got to know what you do well, and so tonight's important of kind of laying that foundation to see where we're at and what we're capable of taking into the next 3 games and doing well.
We come back. Jack Hutton joins the broadcast as he will have different games going on around the state and in the world of sports. As that wraps up the Keys to the Game presented by Gogue Performing Arts Center at Auburn University. See upcoming events at gougecenter.auburn.edu. You're listening to the Russell Building Supply Countdown to Kickoff on the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
The Gogue Performing Arts Center.
Not to feel like
Any make or model with free estimates, insurance claims welcome, and 24-hour towing, all at one stop since 1970. Franklin Tire and Auto, East University Drive, across from CC's Pizza, and at franklinautoinc.com.
Now, more of the Russell Building Supply Countdown to Kickoff on your Auburn High football station, Wings 94.3.
Good to be home at the corner of University and Glenn here at the Duck. Jack Hutton here to bring you closer to kickoff. And welcome back to Auburn, Alabama, inside Duck Sanford Stadium, where the Auburn High School Tigers continue that climb back up through Area 2 tonight against the Phoenix from Percy Julian. And this is the Russell Building Supply Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Russell Building Supply. Experience and knowledge from the pros at your hometown home center. It's an odd situation the Tigers are in this year, playing their first 3 out of 4 games on the road. Interestingly enough, Auburn 0-1 inside the friendly confines, but 3-0 away from home. They'll go for home win number 1 on the year tonight as they try to power their way through that early loss to Enterprise. Meanwhile, Percy Julian has kind of roller coastered through the first few weeks. They bested Lanier 21-0 out of the gate, but fell in their last 2 games by a combined total of 86-14. They look to pull off what would be an even larger upset than the one Auburn suffered in this very stadium a couple of weeks ago. Auburn a heavy favorite in this one, but as we've been reminded time and time again by Coach Keith Etheridge, every game from here on is a must-win. And with that, let's run you through some other matchups in Alabama high school football tonight on the Franklin Tire and Auto scoreboard, brought to you by Franklin Tire and Auto, friendly service from Franklin, East University Drive in Auburn. First, some Thursday night action, couple of games in 7A. Closest to home, the number 2 Central Red Devils handled Jag with relative ease. They waxed the Jaguars 55-0. Red Devils maintain that outright lead in Area 2 ball. And then down south, Mary Montgomery keeps up their undefeated ways with a 42-7 drubbing of Bryant. This is the best the Mary Montgomery team has seen in a very long time. Now to tonight, begin in Area 2, and we'll work out. Number 7, Dothan, and the Wolves' vaunted rushing attack. They welcome 0-4 Smith Station to town. Dothan did a little more than take down Prattville last week, a 59-24 drubbing of the Lions. Smith's trying to find something to lean on. Panthers would have to get right in a hurry to make any noise. The number 8 Enterprise Wildcats get a break from area play tonight with Rehoboth from 5A headed to town. Rebels were 1-2 out of the year of the city of Dothan, and the Cats would probably be heavily favored there. Auburn certainly keeping an eye on the prize the rest of the year. The Cats have the tiebreaker over Auburn as of now. Here's a big one in Area 2. Prattville headed down I-85 up about 15 minutes away from us. The 20th ranked Lions try to right the ship tonight against number 11 Opelika after taking a beating from Dothan last week. Don't let the 2-2 record from the Dogs fool you. Those losses have come against the numbers 1 and 2 team in the state, most recent of which was a 3-point game in the final 3 minutes before Central was able to put that one away. Now let's run through the rest of the Heart of Dixie, starting up 280 in the Birmingham area. Number 11 Hoover got to get right at 1-3. They host 6th-ranked Hewitt-Trussville. Huskies have scored 40 points in their last 3 games after dropping the first of the season to Central. Auburn High fans certainly interested in what Hoover's going to look like the rest of the way. Let's stay in the Iron City. Number 5 Vestavia Hills gets number 14 Spain Park. Rebels have looked pretty good through the first few weeks. Spain Park, a couple of wins to open the season, but have since fallen to both Hoover and Thompson. We'll see who can get right in that one. Speaking of the defending state champs, the Warriors out of Thompson High host number 24 Chelsea in an attempt to get to 4-0 on the season. And then number 17 Tuscaloosa County takes on the Eagles from Oak Mountain after a couple weeks of upheaval and eligibility concerns down there. We'll see if they can bring that focus back. Still certainly a lot to play for in that Birmingham kind of central region 3. Let's shoot down towards the Gulf. One of the bigger matchups in the state. A couple of top 15 squads squaring off. It's 4-1 Daphne taking on number 11, taking on number 9 Baker, who looks to stay undefeated. They're trying to put a 5th tally in the win column as well. Only other competition down in Area 1 tonight, a couple of 1 and 3 teams playing in what would seem to have pretty large playoff implications. Davidson visits Fairhope. Pirates of Fairhope trying to get back into the playoffs after actually dropping to this Auburn High team in the first round of last year. Now let's trek north very quickly. A good number of contacts taking place. It's James Clements and the 13th-ranked Jets flying up to Florence to engage in a battle of the skies, if you will. The Eagles ranked 19th and trying to get above that 500 mark. 2 top 25 squads, but with only 1 win on the year go head-to-head to try to make it 2. It's the Huntsville Panthers playing host to the Patriots out of Bob Jones. Another one of those games with seemingly large amount of playoff implications. Wrapping things up, Albertville winless on the season. They hit the road to number 18, Austin. The Black Bears trying to get above 500. Should be relatively highly favored there. And then finally, Grissom and Sparkman, where the Senators from Sparkman are out to a 4-0 start. Grissom trying to get their season back on the rails at 1-3. There's a look at your Franklin Tire and Auto scoreboard, brought to you by Franklin Tire and Auto. Friendly service from Franklin, East University Drive in Auburn. Sun setting below the trees here as we get ready to go into the great city of Auburn, Alabama, where the 4th-ranked Auburn High Tigers get set to take on the Percy, Julian Phoenix. We'll have your starting lineups and some thoughts with Coach Keith Etheridge when we return on the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic. And this is the Russell Building Supply Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply. Experience and knowledge from the pros at your hometown home center. We'll be right back on the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Hello, this is Coley Trent from Jeffco Trent Funeral Home and Crematory. My dad Bill and I are pleased to be a part of the Opelika, Auburn, and Lee County area, and thankful to the families that have placed their trust in us. At Jeffco Trent Funeral Home and Crematory, we continue to assure you when you call on us, you will be treated like a member of our own family with passionate and caring service. It's our desire to assist you during your difficult times and help you through your many decisions you face. Call on us in your time of need. Jeffco Trent Funeral Home and Crematory.
Come in and get it out of your system. The Car Stereo Shop.
Hey, it's Steve from the Car Stereo Shop in Auburn, and yes, we are still in Auburn, right behind CTU. Our new address is 1823 Opelika Road. Turn in between Badcock Furniture and CTU, and you will be looking at us. Newer, bigger, better location, but the same great customer service. Come see us at 1823 Opelika Road or call us at 887-8422.
Inspired by the bold bison, Southern Union students blaze new trails every single day. They press forward knowing their SU education will lead them to success. Affordable, accessible, and locally unparalleled. Whether you're transitioning to a university or launching straight into a lucrative career, a degree from SUSEC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations, dedicated faculty and staff, endless possibilities. It's all waiting for you at Southern Union. It's time to venture forward. Register today.
It's time for a pregame visit with Auburn High head coach Keith Etheridge.
Welcome back to the Russell Building Supply Countdown to Kickoff. Scott Bagwell here, joined by head coach Keith Etheridge. Coach, got a big win last week. You turn around with another big region game, and just like last time we played at home, there's a lot of outside stuff. You know, first week against Enterprise, it was DeMarcus Ware and all that. Homecoming now, and how do you make sure the team stays focused? And because you don't need all the outside noise to kind of get in the way of a big time needed W here tonight.
Yeah, it's hard, man, because usually you only have 1 week. You have to prepare for stuff like that, and it's been the first 2 games this year, so. Our kids, we just tell them, it's all about the game. Yeah. The fun's in winning the game. You can enjoy all the other stuff after the game. The homecoming dance tomorrow night, all that stuff you can enjoy after the game. But if you want to enjoy the week, you got to make sure that you win the game, because I'm sure they'll be miserable on Saturday night at the dance if they don't win the game on Friday night.
Hey, Jack, can you hear me at all?
And you take on a talented Percy Julian team. They got some playmakers out wide, and it's a team that if you let stick around and they start getting momentum, next thing you know, you look up, you're in the 4th quarter, and you're having to find a way to win a football game. Yeah, and we don't want it to be like that. We've had enough games like that already this year. We've had a couple of those, and we came out on a good end and bad end. We want to make sure that we take care of business early if we can. Don't let them hang around. Right. But they got playmakers. Yep. So we do have to be ready to stop them from getting the big play, and we got to keep the ball away from them if we can. Yeah. Control the football. And that'll help if we get Omar and Flakes and all those guys involved. Ian Nation, Gibby, Griff, Cody, Trey Marcus. Yeah. All those guys need to touch the ball,
just make plays for us.
Yeah, and
Henry.
It's turned into, last year you kind of were more, one running back and a couple of receivers.
Yeah.
This year, especially with Jackson going out, it's got to be everybody has to help out a little bit.
It does, and you may see those other two young quarterbacks too today. I think that they may get a chance to play, and if they do, I hope they go out there and do great.
Right.
People always ask, who's going to be the star? Who's going to do that? Who's going to do that?
Hey, Tess Scott.
I hope everybody will stick in. Does awesome.
Yeah.
If that happens, then we're in good shape. So, we just want everybody to play well. We want to play with a lot of effort, and a great attitude, and just have fun, fly around.
It's game 5. It feels kind of weird to say that, but we're almost at the halfway point, which means it feels weird even in September to start talking about playoffs, but we have to, and it's easy to get up for like the Opelikas and the Centrals. Right. Hey, we need to win that game to get to the playoffs, seeding, blah, blah, blah. But there's not really a path to the playoffs without a win against Percy Julian. So how do you make sure that the team is, hey guys, this is as much of a must-win as that Dothan game was.
Absolutely. And it's kind of funny that people, you're sitting here, you're 3-1, you're talking about you got to win this game to make playoffs. But that's the case. Every game in this region is a must-win. You start dropping games. You see yourself outside that playoff picture because we're in a 9-team region. Very easy to be. You can be a really good team and not make the playoffs in this region. So
somebody beat the number 1 team in the state last year, and they did make the playoffs in this region. Yes. So it's tough.
Yeah, that's right. And it's one of them things where that could happen any year. So we just want to get better every single week and put ourselves in a position at the end of the year where we can get in the playoffs and then try to make a run.
Yeah, and last week, as we talked about needing to get off to a fast start. We talk about that a lot, but I don't know that you can get much faster than a fumble and then score, and we're 15 seconds into the game and you have a 7-0 lead, and your defense started on. How important is it to get something going positive early? Because in the last home game against Enterprise, 14-0 hole, and then all of a sudden just a weird game. Yeah. How do you make sure you grab the bull by the
horns? Fight back, and then take the lead, and then lose it right there on the last play of the game. So we're one play away from being 4-0 right now, but we're also one play away from being 2-2.
Yep.
So it's you just got to prepare for those things and put yourself in a position where you don't have to. One play. In most games, one play is not going to win or lose the game.
Right.
But you want to make sure that you get those 3 or 4 plays that they go the way you need them to go, and your guys are pushing to make those plays, and they're prepared when that time comes to make the play.
Coach, it feels like we've actually become more comfortable with the road trips and all that.
Yeah.
What's it like to be back at home finally? It's second home game. It's a short home schedule, just is what it is, but what's it like to be able to play at home at the Duck tonight?
It's refreshing to be able to be at home. Really love playing at the Duck. It's one of the best atmospheres in high school football. We're just trying to, be relaxed, get done with all this homecoming stuff and get to the game.
Yeah. Well, Coach, should be a whole lot of fun tonight, and thanks for your time. Good luck tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Go Tigers.
That's head coach Keith Thatcher. We'll be back with more. You're listening to the Auburn High School Sports Radio Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Hey guys, this is Tyler Reynolds with Reynolds Outdoors in Opelika. Fall is right around the corner, which means 2 things. Football season and hunting season will be on us before you know it. When you're not cheering on the Tigers this fall, take advantage of getting outside with your friends and family to enjoy our great outdoors. We have everything you need from firearms, archery, apparel, fishing, and more to make your next outing successful. Come see us today to meet all of your fall hunting needs. And come visit us on your next visit to the Plains or Eagle.
Home buying has never been simple.
In today's economy, it's vital to work with an experienced lender who understands your needs. Auburn Bank's mortgage lending team is made up of local folks who can help you navigate the process. Whether it's finding your dream home or making improvements to your existing home, stop by our new home in the Auburn Bank Center. We'll be glad to help. Auburn Bank, champions of you. Member FDIC, online at auburnbank.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 403461.
Experience and knowledge from the pros. Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply.
Russell Building Supply is Auburn's hometown home center. With top brands and an easy-to-use drive-through lumberyard, we have what you need to get the job done. Russell Building Supply, East University Drive in Auburn.
Become a Russell Rewards member.
Experience and knowledge from the pros. Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply.
It's almost game time on your Auburn High School football station. Now, the Auburn Bank starting lineups.
Welcome back to Duck Sanford Stadium in Auburn, Alabama. Time for your starting lineups presented by Auburn Bank. Their local team stands ready to discuss your financial needs and goals. Visit Auburn Bank, champions of you and proud sponsor of Auburn High football. First for the defense. Defensive end, number 10, Marquise Washington, the senior. At defensive tackle, the senior, number 0, Deuce White. Other defensive tackle, Caleb Crawford, the senior, wearing number 92. Caleb Pitts, the junior, at number 11, gets the start at the other defensive end slot. Wyatt Trexler, the senior, number 5, will play the linebacking core. Ty Hudson is out. We believe Andrew Hahn will step into that linebacker spot wearing number 6. He's the senior. DJ Witcher, a senior nickel, wearing number 13. Pete Davis at corner.
Captains for tonight's game, for Percy, Julian.
It will come right back on the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Number 5,
the Gooch Performing Arts Center at Auburn University is Alabama's newest premier destination for the arts, bringing you the very best.
Number 3, Cody Palmer. Number 9, Ian Nation. Number 24, Tyler McKinnell. And number 88, Gibson Lowridge.
Auburn won the toss to further us in the second half. Percy Julian will receive to start the game.
Auburn High wins the toss to first in the second half. To start tonight's game, Percy Julian will receive. Auburn High will kick and defend the north goal.
theorthoclinic.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hi, football fans.
Talents Magoo set to kick for Auburn High. Deep to return for Percy Julian, number 15, Aiden McKinley Scott.
Auburn High in the white helmet with the all-black uniforms. Percy Julian still in their old uniforms from the past couple of years. New ones have not come in yet. Talents Magoo kicking from right to left towards the concession stand will approach. Kick this one away. It's long, and that one will hit, about 9 yards deep. Towns Magoo has been almost perfect. He's only got one kick that didn't go out of the back of the end zone. He hooked it and kicked it out of bounds against Dothan. Other than that, all touchbacks all the time. Now the defense will get their first swing against the Phoenix of Percy Julian.
Yeah, I want to come out and set a tone right from the outset, and you know that this team wants to get the ball out on the perimeter, get it in their playmakers' hands. So you got to be good tacklers. You've got to come out ready to set a tone.
Yeah, and Percy Julian, they're going to try to spread the ball around, want to spread out this Auburn defense and make them and try to get some easy completions. Bryson McGrew will be the quarterback. A 3-by-1 set to spread look in the gun. Auburn shifts on the defensive line. Drop back, fakes it. Now this is just the quarterback run off the tackle. Big yardage. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and will run out of bounds just shy of the 30-yard line. They're going to mark it at the 33-yard line. Big gain on the play. Ended up, they outflanked Auburn one-on-one. Nice block from the running back, and then a big gain on the first play.
Yeah, outflanked. They had more guys on this side, a quarterback keeper, so you don't account for that. And then the wide receiver was able to take the corner with him and then chip the safety, so there was nobody down this Auburn hash.
Big play, gain of 47 on the play. McGrew in the gun, claps the hands, drops back, wants the slant underneath. Pete Davis gets the hand in the middle. Coming back over the top was Jackson Mills, almost got the pick. Incomplete, second down and 10 coming.
A really good job there by Pete Davis getting that hand around without going through the receiver. That was a quick slant. He was on the outside. The receiver had position, but Pete Davis able to be really active with his hands to get that ball loose. Good play by him. With the green gloves he's sporting.
Hey, you know what? If you go out and play, wear whatever. The big thing is make sure it's not red. That's my thing. If you're at Auburn High, don't wear red. Same look, 3-by-1 set here for the Phoenix, and it's just a quarterback run up the middle. Caleb Pitts from the defensive end spots, beats the tackle, comes around, makes the play. Big third down and 9 coming.
Yeah, great job there by that entire Auburn defensive front. Caleb Pitts gets credit for the tackle, and he does a nice job coming off the edge, but the center of that defense stood tall there, and that's just nowhere to go for the quarterback on the draw.
Deuce White in the middle. He's been an absolute load so far this year, wearing number 0. If you're going to wear 0 as a D tackle, you better be a disruptor, and that he is. 12 tackles for a loss on the year. And whistle on the play. Timeout is called, and it is official timeout to get something squared away. I'm not really sure what is the issue. We'll keep it here, though, but it's kind of obvious that Percy Julian saw something in film study that they like out of this 3-by-1 set.
Yeah, absolutely. First play was an obvious opportunity for those guys to outflank Auburn. Auburn had slanted on the play. They had defenders that just didn't have enough of them over here. And the wide receiver on the near side was able to take a corner with him in man-to-man coverage, but was also able to block the safety to the play side. So he took 2 guys. Plus, you had the running back as a lead blocker, so they just had more numbers.
Yeah, that was a 2-for-1. I feel like if you're giving out helmet sticker, that might be worth a couple of them. First time we've seen a tight end look for the Phoenix, and that's what we get here. 2 receivers to the left, which is the wide side of the field. McGrew in the gun, claps the hands, wants the bubble, and it short hops it. It's a forward pass. It'll be incomplete. 4th down and 9 coming.
Yeah, they see that void out there right over the slot receiver. They just try to stand up and hit the quick route. Not a good throw by the quarterback, throwing it at his feet, but Auburn would have been there to make the tackle even with a good throw. It's going to put Percy Julian in position of probably having to go for it here. I watched their kicker in warm-ups, and he's a straight-on kicker. probably has about a 30-yard at max range.
I think that was a go-for-it call, trying to get half of it, set up a 4th down and more manageable. 4th and 9 coming, 10:53 left to go here in the opening quarter. And now the Phoenix will look over to their sideline to get the call. McGrew calls out the signs to his receivers and the O-line. Still 10 seconds left to go on the play clock, clocking down to about 5 now. Tigers rushing 4. A little stun up front. McGrew beats the pressure, now trying to scramble. Going to slip and lose his feet. Coming around the edge, believe Caleb Pitts is going to get credit for the sack on the play on 4th and 9, and Auburn gets the opening game stop, and the Tigers will take over.
Yeah, good job right there after the big play to start that drive. Caleb Pitts chasing the ball down, but a good job to start that play right there because they tried to draw us off sides by standing their offensive line up almost in a shift sort of movement, but that defensive line was able to sit in there and not get the easy penalty.
Tigers take over at their own 33-yard line. 2-by-2 set here. Henry Allen claps the hands. There looks like there might have been a jump, but rules that the defensive lineman did not jump off sides. So Auburn will flip the formation. Now 2 tight ends to the left, 2 receivers to the top of the formation. Single safety look here for the Phoenix. Percy Julian bringing some pressure. Tyler Flakes gets the handoff across the 40 to the 41. Gain of about 8 on the first play of the game. 2nd down and 2 coming up.
Auburn tries to go off right tackle, and that time Flakes is able to just kind of bounce that thing a little wide, and it gets a lot of good green grass out there to start this drive.
Bunch set here, 1 receiver. It's a 2-receiver set, but Auburn High's got a couple of versatile receivers in Lothridge and McKinnell and McLean. Handoff to Flakes coming around the near side, breaks a couple of tackles, fights for yardage. Going to get back to the original line, or back to the line of scrimmage, maybe gain a yard. Going to be 3rd down and short coming up, with the Tigers on the season in 3rd down have been a productive 48%.
Well, Auburn tried to stretch them wide from a condensed offensive look, and probably just want to go north and south right here and try to pick up this 1st down.
2 receiver, 2 tight end set. Allen claps the hands, and he's going to give it to Flakes. Flakes gets hit right at the line to gain. We'll see if he'll get it, and it looks like they will give it to him on 3rd down and 1. He'll pick it up. So Auburn converts their first 3rd down of the night, and it'll be 1st down and 10 Tigers as they inch towards the 50-yard line.
Well, that was a good tackle by their safety who came down in the hole and met Flakes. Flakes on the first 2 carries was able to shake free of some defenders and didn't allow the first guy to tackle him. That time the safety is able to get him on the ground after a short game.
Allen in the gun, and flea flicker looking over the middle, has a receiver. Lothridge makes the catch at the 20, 15, 10, 5, give them 6. Henry Allen, a little trickery here in the first quarter. The Tigers lead 6-0.
Beautiful play right there, Scott. I mean, just all the way around, and a great throw by Henry Allen for a guy that hasn't thrown a football in a while. He puts a nice touch on that. He allows Lothridge to run underneath it, and he had pressure in his face too. It was a great job by the running back. I wasn't sure if that was Flakes or Mapson that was able to ward off the oncoming rush right there, but just a great play call and outstanding execution there.
Well, that's one way to take advantage of safeties creeping up, just the old flea flicker. Towns Magoo on to attempt the PAT. The right-footed senior will kick it up, and that kick is good. 9:12 left to go here in the opening quarter. Tigers lead 7-0. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
From day one back in 1907, Auburn Bank's mission has been clear: to serve our community, see businesses flourish, and improve lives locally by making sound business decisions and responding with care every day. Today, we continue to fulfill our mission with a team of local, commercial, and consumer lenders who are ready to help meet your needs and goals. Auburn Bank, champions of you. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, online at auburnbank.com.
The Eagles, Def Leppard, and the Tigers play here. Wings 94.3.
Senior Gibson Lothridge finds the end zone for the first time in his career, and Gibby from 56 yards out as the Tigers use a little trickeration to go up 7-0. First time with his staff I've seen Auburn pull out the flea flicker. I've seen some reverses, some reverse pass. things like that. But that's a really nice play call and something to put on film to make defenses think about trying to crowd the box. Towns Magoo hit that one 15, 16 yards deep for the touchback.
Well, you know, Auburn's stacking a lot of guys into a condensed formation to try to get power, to try to, you know, they're going to run it predominantly, and so they're trying to get their run blockers in position to do that. That gives them some opportunities to throw in a play like that. And Lowridge, you know, you got to give him credit because that ball hung up in the air for a long time, and he kind of had to look over the back of the shoulder to make that catch. So, great job by the senior pulling in that touchdown.
So the defense got to stop after the big play. The offense answers with a touchdown. Tigers lead 7-0 here. 9:12 left to go. 3 receivers to the near side. Ball dead in the middle of the field at the 20-yard line. McGrew. Power read's going to give it to the running back going around the outside, and that is a heck of a play over there by Jace Williams, number 21, the nickel. He was the only guy that was going to between the running back and a first down, and it's going to be a gain of about 1 or 2.
Yeah, they try to attack the exact same area that they exploited on the first play last time, and they go against the power of their formation. And that time, outside linebacker is able to just run him down. You're right, Jace Williams made an incredible play, open field tackle.
McGrew in the gun for Percy Julian. Next to him is Jevron Rogers. Little hitch route right over the middle of the field, makes one guy miss. Andrew Hahn comes up, the first Tiger defender to jump on the receiver. On 2nd down and 9, it's gain of about 8, 3rd down and short coming.
Auburn kind of gives that in this defense. I've noticed that for years now with Coach Goolsby, that if you want to take it, you know it's there. Are you patient enough to continue completing passes like that down the field? And most teams aren't. Most teams, you know, will make a mistake, won't be able to maintain blocks, throw the ball into the opponent's arms. But you know, this has worked well for Auburn defense, playing that soft coverage across the third receiver there.
McGrew making sure everybody is set, the junior. In the gun, inside give, and he's going to give it up to his running back, Rogers. Rogers is going to run hard through the first arm tackle, gain about 3 on the play, first down coming for Percy Julian.
Yeah, just that 2nd down play gets him in position to be multiple there on a 3rd and short, and that was a good read there by the quarterback, because 21 Jace Williams was coming off the edge. He would have stopped this drive had the quarterback not handed the ball off.
Tigers defensively giving up 28% on the season on 3rd down. The Phoenix pick up their first 3rd down conversion of the night. McGrew has it, drops back, quarterback keeper off to the left side. Mike Gunn steps up. This time doesn't chase the rabbit going across the field, and it's going to be a gain of 1 or 2 on the play.
Yeah, but obvious something that they've studied and something that they like about the numbers over there to the boundary. Another quarterback run into the boundary, and it's one-on-one out there. He decides to slide that time with Mike Gunn, the corner coming up, applying the pressure. But you know, you're getting an athlete in space in a one-on-one scenario, and if you're Percy Julian, that's what you want.
There's been a lot of guys who have stepped up this year. Mike Gunn has been one of them, and he has taken notes, and a lot of people have taken note about him as he's 6'2", a junior, a lot of range out there at the corner spot. McGrew has it, drops back, looking over the middle of the field, airmails it, looking for the receiver, kind of that stack look that you've seen become so popular recently, and just airmailed the receiver, Darby, incomplete, 3rd down and 8 coming.
Yeah, tried to run the deep dig right across about 20 yards downfield, and he just airmailed it. Auburn was getting there in the hurry. That was Davis Smith that was closing in on making that play, but just not catchable, and it's going to put Percy Julian in a 3rd long.
Tigers look like they're in a 3-down set, and actually with their speed on there, they have DJ Witcher and Jace Williams, kind of two. It's almost like a 7 DB look here for the Tigers, but they're going to bring 5 or 6. Here comes a blitz, and it's a screen, and it's a great call there by Percy Julian. First down yardage as Auburn brought the heat, and the Phoenix thought it was coming. Little dump pass there to number 7, Barnes, and a first down yardage.
Yeah, you're right. It was a very good play call. Exactly what they got what they wanted. If you're Auburn's defensive front, you just have to recognize, hey, I got through there way too easy. Yeah. You got to track down that running back right there. But great play design, good execution from Percy Julian to get the first down.
Tigers rotating the fronts. Michael Foster into the game. Ashton White checks in as well. 10 seconds left to go on the play clock. Two-back look here for Percy Julian, and it's going to be an outside zone. Wyatt Trexler meets the running back right in the hole. Rogers, gain of 1 on the play, 2nd down and 9 coming.
Yeah, just a textbook tackle in the hole from Wyatt Trexler. And he's impressive to watch. I mean, he is a guy that has total disregard of his body. He's a physical football player. He diagnoses well, and he finishes well. And that was an example of it right there. He met the running back for Percy Julian in the hole, hit him hard, maybe a half, 1 yard gain. You can't ask for more from a middle linebacker.
2nd down and 9 coming. Again with the up back to the short side of the field for Percy Julian. Kind of a return motion. First time we've seen that one. And it's going to be a pop pass right over the middle. Actually more of a slant. Jackson Mills smelled it out and was driving on it. Incomplete, 3rd down and 9 coming.
And did a great job of diagnosing that, because that was a zone read RPO type action where they try to just slip one behind you, and it would have been easy to get your eyes in the wrong place right there, but Bill's able to diagnose it in position and able to make that incomplete pass.
Yeah, he thought it might have been the RPO with the flat receiver who was in motion, and they throw the slant right behind him. Nice job there by the senior Mills to play his keys. Tigers show blitz, looking to bring double A's. And looking to bring about 6 on this one with the 4 down linemen. Auburn will bring 5. Screen again, no. Auburn just gets pressure, and throwing it away is McGrew. And we'll see, they did bring in the grounding rule, which is basically what it is in college and the NFL. Get out of the tackle box, get it past the line of scrimmage. It's no longer grounding. Tigers hold, they get pressure on that 3rd down, and it's punting time now for Percy Julian.
Yeah, a little better recognition that time because it was the screen. Some of those guys were able to hold up and just know where to go with the ball, so had to throw it over the Auburn sideline.
John Holman, listed as a defensive back, will be the punter. Back deep for the Tigers is Cheetah Webb. Low snap, end over or spiraling kick will hit and roll. And Cheetah's going to take it. And Auburn has no blockers, but he's still going to try to get to the edge. He beats one guy. And does he avoid the clip? Looks like it does. That might be a little bit late. As Cheetah Webb turns what probably was going to be the ball rolling inside the 10 to the 15 to the 5-yard line all the way out to about the 29-yard line. It pretty much did it by himself.
Yeah. And you see more of that now, Scott. I mean, it used to be when the ball hit on a punt, the coaches yell, just get away from it. But the way so many stadiums have this artificial turf, the way it rolls and rolls and rolls, he really did a good job of saving probably 20 yards right there.
Well, the other thing is the hops are true now. You hit that turf with the rubber ball, you get a lot more high hops where you can take it and roll. 2x2 set, inside give there for Flakes. Flakes being patient up the middle across the 35 to the 36. Gain of about 7 on 1st down.
Yeah, Flakes is running with a lot of confidence. Patient, running with power, making the first guy miss. I think Tyler Flakes looks good tonight, and this offensive line has given him some nice holes to work with.
Flakes came into the day averaging about 4.2 yards per carry. He's got that and then some here tonight. Henry Allen checks it, now wants to fade right on the outside. Has his receiver open. He actually wanted to hitch to the near side and then went to the other side looking for, you guessed it, Ian Nation.
Yeah.
All the way down to the 29-yard line, gain of 45 on the play.
Yeah, pretty dang impressive to come off from the left side and scan all the way back across the field for a guy that is relatively new to this and hit Ian Nation down the opponent's sideline in stride. Just a beautiful pass right there. He's thrown 2 beautiful ones here in a row.
Gain of 35 on the play. Here comes jet motion, and Auburn fumbles it. It's Cheetah Webb who's going to make one guy miss, and then he's just going to end up having to go down, loss of about 6 or 7 on the play. Snap was a little bit hot, and I think the timing of that mesh was a little bit off. I think it was supposed to be a pop pass on the outside zone left, ends up being in use of the pop pass. The positive is if you don't get it, it's an incomplete pass. But when you fumble the snap, you're going to have to jump on it. Loss of 7 on the play.
Yeah, we saw something like that in the 8th grade game against Central the other night.
Oh,
ended up in a touchdown for Central. So they did a little better than we did a few nights ago.
Yeah, this one was too hot to handle. The other one just never got to the quarterback and then somehow ended up in the defensive end's hands. Allen's counter off the jet look as he's going to get across the 35 to about the 34, 33-yard line, third down and long coming.
Yeah, and he's not a small kid,
No.
Henry Allen. I mean, that's a big, thick body that's running football as the quarterback. A dual threat guy, and we'll see what Auburn allows him to do here, third and long.
Well, he also played linebacker coming through the system, so there's an aggressive mentality there. Play action, Allen drops back, rolls right, wants to throw back screen, has McLean. McLean hesitates, going to have to make a guy miss. That's a really good job there by the defender for Percy Julian, number 25, Rufus Bone, to sniff it out. Tigers make it manageable on third down and about 14. They pick up 8 to make it fourth down and about 6.
Yeah, great job of just kind of avoiding disaster from the first down play that got him behind the sticks. They get in field goal range. You've got an outstanding kicker, and you have an opportunity to put points on the board.
The spot will be at the 33, so it is a 43-yard field goal coming for the senior left hash. Close to offsides, and that one is kicked on the way. It is up, and it is good. No. There's a flag. He was offsides.
Yeah.
There's a penalty flag on the play.
The question there is, that's a dead ball penalty, so it is not a decline it. It is fourth down and 2 coming. So what does Auburn do?
They're going to put the field goal team back out.
Because you can't decline it in, I think in, upper levels, it's, you can take that one, but the whistle and the flag came out. Fourth and 2, Tigers, I think they're going to go heavy and go for it.
Yep, it looks like it. They walked the field goal team out to the hash, past the numbers, and then the coaches said, hey, let's see if we can't get 2 yards. Another one of these opportunities to work on something.
Yeah.
There's going to come a time where we're going to have to pick up the fourth down. And,
you say that. Auburn has yet to do it. Auburn is 0 for 5 on the year on fourth down.
That's probably why they're doing it now.
1:59 left to go here in the opening quarter. Tigers lead 7-0. Fourth down and 2. Tigers have it. Palmer in motion, and now Auburn will look to the near sideline. Plenty of time on the play clock for them to get exactly what they want. 2-by-2 sets here. Allen has it, inside give, overmaps and runs into the middle linebacker. He's going to fight his way forward to the 20. Unfortunately, he needed the 19-yard line. He's going to be short of the line to gain, and Auburn will have a turnover on downs.
Yeah, well, it's still over.
Yeah.
But it was a great job by Mapson to get what he got. I mean, he got met in the backfield and spun off the first tackler, and then another linebacker was there to greet him and stop him just short. Something Auburn's going to have to improve on, because there's going to come some big moments here that's going to have to be a conversion to keep maybe your season alive.
Yeah,
got to find a way to be able to convert them somewhere.
As an offensive coach, what's frustrating about that is you are given the give read from the outside, and then you have somebody running right free right up the middle. So now all of a sudden you got 2 people in the box who are unblocked, and you're not going to be able to get yards like that. So Percy Julian will take over once again, and they will take over with their best, tied once again, still at the 20. Even though they got a turnover downs, it's still at the 20-yard line. McGrew has it, drops back. Now he's going to roll to his right, going to kick up positive yards as Auburn was bringing pressure off the backside. Good job there by the running back to pick up the blitzer. It's going to be a gain of 5 on the play.
Yeah, again, they start a drive with a quarterback run into the boundary, but that time it was more about Auburn just not keeping contained from a defensive edge position. Corner's able to get up and push him out of bounds after 5-6 yard gain.
Rogers has been impressed. He's run the ball hard. He's also picked up a couple of key blocks here in the first quarter. McGrew has it. Little counter action up the middle. There goes Rogers. 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30. Davis Smith is going to tackle him. Once again, another massive play on the ground here for Percy Julian.
Yeah, just finding the holes. I mean, able to find where the weakness is of this Auburn defense and exploit it. And that time they pull the guard or tackle over and kick out the end, and just right behind him, there goes the running back, Rogers. And it wasn't for, who was that that called him?
Davis Smith.
Davis Smith, yeah, chases him down.
Gain of 52 on the play. Auburn brings double-A gap blitz. Rogers patient up the middle. 10, 5, and he is knocked down, into the end zone for the touchdown from 24 yards out.
Yeah, almost untouched. I mean, it was just a huge hole right over the tackle, and he just smelled the end zone right there. I don't think that Auburn got a hand on him until about the 3, and then he drives forward for the touchdown. So a couple of big plays on the ground for this Percy Julian team.
3-play, 80-yard drive for Percy Julian. You don't see that all on the ground. You do not see that a lot against this Auburn High School defense.
Sure don't.
1:14 left to go here in the first quarter. And as the good old toe kick is up, and that one is good, right through the uprights. We'll be back in 30 seconds. New ball game, 7-7 is our score. You're listening to the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Experience and knowledge from the pros. Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply.
Russell Building Supply is Auburn's hometown home center. With top brands and an easy-to-use drive-through lumberyard, we have what you need to get the job done. Russell Building Supply, East University Drive in Auburn.
Become a Russell Rewards member.
Experience and knowledge from the pros. Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply.
Auburn High School football on Wings. Now that's classic.
1:14 left to go here in the opening quarter. 7-7 Tigers and Percy Julian here. As Percy Julian goes 80 yards all on the ground, and that gave me flashbacks to back to 2018 when then Robert E. Lee came in here and was able to have success on the ground and win that one at the buzzer. And actually, that was a 2-game winning streak for Lee against Auburn High School at that point in time. We're not that far removed from this program playing in the Final Four and taking Central to the final gun in a year that Central won state.
Yeah, sure beat them. I mean, that was a game where Central scored on a 4th and long play on a throwback to the tight end. I remember that. It was a talented team, a physical team, and you're seeing the physicalness of Percy Julian tonight. I mean, there's not many teams that are going to go 80 yards in 3 plays like they just did on the ground.
Tigers will have a chance to return it. Line drive, kick, taking, now fumbled, and Auburn will finally scoop it up at about the 15-yard line. Need to get to the edge, and that's Webb. Cheetah Webb at the 25-30, cuts back up the middle. Got to see him. 45-50, there goes Cheetah, going to be tackled at about the 45-44. They'll mark him at the 43-42 line. Almost ended up in disaster, ends up with great field position for the Tigers.
That was that bobbled ball back there, but he just used his speed to outrun the entire kick return team, or the kickoff team, to the sideline, and the safety was there to get him down. They spun him down kind of awkwardly on the sideline. He never got up. So some kind of injury to Cheetah off that fantastic return.
Auburn's, they are looking at his ankle, lower leg injury. While they have a look at him, we'll take a timeout. We'll be back. 1:02 left to go in the opening quarter. 7-7 our score here. Actually, I might be able to solve a lot of injuries if I just threaten a break here. As Cheetah Webb is able to stand up.
Safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
After the 36-yard return, 1st and 10 Auburn High from the 42.
To the right, 2 tight ends stacked to the left. To Henry Allen. Henry has it, inside give, and Mapson runs hard, gets to the 40, gain of about 2 on the play. What I don't know if that's a called handoff or a called read. It's just something you can see. Henry's actually turning his head back to the back to make sure that handoff gets there. A lot of the inside run game, a lot of the run game from the gun in this offense is a read.
Yeah.
So, and you're starting to see some leakers. So we'll see if that's the next step in this run game. First is get the ball to the back, and next is get that run or the read game in there. And that's just the progression that has to happen. Henry Allen has it, and it's a quarterback sweep to the right, bobbles it, and he'll have to put his foot in the ground and get vertical. He'll gain a couple on the play, 3rd down and 6 coming.
Yeah, bobbled that snap, and that was a quarterback run all the way, just a keeper around the right side. But you're right. I mean, there is going to have to be weekly growth and just development with comfort and what it is that he's supposed to do from a mental standpoint as the quarterback in this offense.
Aiden Platt rolls out of the game, and Pritchett will check into the game. And that will do it here in the first quarter. It looked like it was going to be all things Auburn after the first 2 possessions, but then a stop on 4th and 2.
At this time, I'd like to recognize the 2023 Auburn High School varsity cheerleaders. Seniors, Caroline Casey, Emma Green, captain, Campbell Hairston, Olivia Nagy, Sienna Norton, Claudia Snow, captain, Becca Tarpley, Carson Ward, juniors, Tanila Cobb, Leah Davis,
consultation today. Glenn Smith and Opelika is happy to be a sponsor of high school football. We believe that high school athletics builds character among young people, and we're honored to lend our support. This is a great area to live, play, work, worship, and retire. In our 31st year, we are your Chevrolet and GMC dealer for East Alabama and West Georgia. Online 24/7 at glennsmith.com. Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC. Get ready to smile.
AHS football on Wings 94.3, part of the Auburn Network family of stations.
Henry Allen reads that one. He keeps it. It's going to get close to first down yardage. They will give it to him on 3rd down and 6. And they will call it a first down as he got right to what he needed at the 32-yard line. 1st down and 10 coming.
Yeah, good read by Henry, and then a nice physical finish to that play. He puts his head down, puts his shoulder down, runs into the outside linebacker, and pushes the pile forward to pick up that 1st down.
7-7 here. There was one final yesterday. I know Central ran all over Jack, 55-0 in region play. Henry Allen has it, and he's going to keep it once again. Break a tackle. He's at the 15, 10, 5, give him 6. He's in from 32 yards out. Auburn ran a little midline, read the B-gap defender, and Henry Allen ran through one guy, ran away from another guy, and gets into the end zone from 32 yards out.
Yeah, just a great combination there of speed, power from Henry. He's able to run away from a defender, and then he's able to sort of power his way into the end zone as two converge on him right there at about the 3-yard line. Outstanding job right there. Last 2 plays from Henry Allen.
Towns Magoo on to attempt the PAT. Kick is up, and that kick is good. 11:24 left to go here in the 2nd quarter. Tigers lead 14-7. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic.
Thankful to the families that have placed their trust in us. At Jeffco Trent Funeral Home and Crematory, we continue to assure you when you call on us, you will be treated like a member of our own family with passionate and caring service. It's our desire to assist you during your difficult times and help you through your many decisions you face. Call on us in your time of need. Jeffco Trent Funeral Home and Crematory.
Classic hits and Auburn High School football. Wings 94.3.
Tigers kind of set up there by Cheetah Webb, who saved what looked like it was going to be a problem on kick return. Ends up returning it all the way out to the 42-yard line, going in. And Auburn goes 42 yards for the touchdown, highlighted by Henry Allen going 32 yards for the 6. Towns Magoo will hit this one out towards the Auburn Opelika Mall. touchback. And for the 4th time, the Phoenix will take over at the 20-yard line. And I didn't think about that. Auburn took over at the 42 going in. You had a 32-yard touchdown run. Yeah, Auburn picked up just right at 10 yards needed for that first down on the 3rd down and 6. And now the defense has an opportunity to come out and answer after the frustrating drive ago.
Yeah, this team has started pretty much every drive with a quarterback run, something into the boundary, trying to outman you. They're going to have no backs in the backfield. See what they do this time.
There's a tight end attached for an overload look, little pop pass. There's a flag on the play as Deuce White flies up and makes the tackle, as we'll see what that penalty is. But first, let's send it to Jack for a recap of that drive. Jack.
Yeah, Scott, we got 4 plays, 42 yards go to the Auburn Tigers after the big return by Cheadle Webb there. Hope he's okay, but Auburn gets a couple of runs down the field from Omar Maps. Well, 1 run from him, and then 3 straight runs by Henry Allen for a total there of 40 yards and a touchdown. Back to you, Scott.
Thanks, Jack. That flag came out in a hurry.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure. I mean, it came out in such a weird spot, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be waved off. 2nd down and 10 coming.
Yeah, the umpire threw it, as soon as the ball was snapped, right at an offensive lineman on the edge, but I don't know.
Second quarter action of tonight's game is presented by Troy Bank and Trust. A little speed option to the wide side of the field. Rogers has it, and good gain, and Auburn, it's kind of obvious what this game's going to come down to. It's the 3-by-1 set here, but first, tonight's second quarter action is brought to you by Troy Bank and Trust, the best of a local community bank with the technology tool.
First down.
Yeah, they've attacked the weak side of that formation multiple times. They've done it a lot of different ways, sometimes just with a lead back with the quarterback running. That time it was a speed option look. They just handed the ball to the running back to attack that area, but it's obvious where they see a weakness in the Auburn defense.
3-by-1 set once again. McGrew drops back and wants an out route. Strong throw. Nice catch over there on the far side. No, they're going to say out of bounds, not able to get the toe tap in on the sideline. Incomplete pass, 2nd down and 10 coming.
Pass complete to number 85.
Yeah, first time that I can recall them passing the ball on first down, other than just that little pop pass that they had. So we'll see if they get back to what they've done well and try to outflank Auburn.
Great game plan, I think, by Percy Julian coming into it. They found something formation-wise that they like, and they've stuck with it. 2-by-2 set. It's the stack look here for the Phoenix. 10:38 left to go here. Tigers lead by 7. McGrew in the gun, trying to make sure everybody's squared away as there's a delay of the game as it just took too long. 2nd down and 15 coming.
Yeah, I think that last play, he threw a pass from the hash mark all the way across the field, all the way across his sideline. I think that the play was just so far away that they just lollygagged getting back to the huddle, and the time ran out on them.
I think the other thing is I think they thought it was complete.
Yeah, I think they did too.
2nd down and 15. Two-by-2 set once again for Percy Julian. Here comes a little bit motion to a bunch trip set. McGrew has it, drops back, and now he's going to look to run, throws on the outside. Auburn does a good job, actually zone coverage, something you've not seen a lot from the Tigers. Mike Gunn drives on the pass and was there right as the ball got to the receiver, but it was high and incomplete. 3rd down and 15 coming.
That zone coverage makes the quarterback hold on to the ball a little bit longer. It gives your pass rush a chance to get in there. Auburn had a couple of guys break free. I think the quarterback had to throw the ball with his feet moving, and he sailed it just a little bit. Mike Gunn comes in and puts a big hit and upends the wide receiver as he tries to go up tall to make that catch.
3rd down and 15. 2 for 4 are the Phoenix on the night here. 2-by-2 set. It's an interesting set there to the wide side, and that's because the tight end's coming in motion. Screen to the near side, and that's a heck of a play there made by the Auburn linebacker, Wyatt Trexler. Also in there is number 6, Andrew Hahn. It looked like they were going to have another screen set up for something to have, or something positive. but Auburn's able to come up actually with a tackle for a loss on the play. Punt time coming for Percy Julian.
Well, Trexler throws his body in there and disrupts it totally, but also the defensive lineman, Deuce White, is able to read that time. That's the third time they've tried to run a screen, and that time he recognizes it. He gets in on the play as well, so great recognition.
Holman in the gun. Line drive kick. It's going to hit Percy Julian, and Jackson Mills can let it roll. Actually, I think what he was trying to do is, since contact was made, he can return that, and if Auburn loses possession, they keep it where the touch happened, and Auburn should have pretty good field possession.
Yeah, I think where they threw the beanbag was actually a little in favor of Auburn. I think that it may have been a little bit further back, but we'll take it.
Yeah, Auburn will take over at their own 48-yard line.
Yeah, just a low punt that was going to hit and roll for a long, long time, and just right off the shoulder pad of the punt team.
148 yards on the night for Percy Julian. This Auburn rush defense has given up. Actually, Jack, it's even less than that after the Jag game. It's down around 66 yards per game. Tyler Flakes hits it hard off left tackle. Should have first down yardage. As Auburn came in giving up. I have it given up 60, or you're right. It's 112. It's 66 pass yards, 112 yards on the ground. Either way, you don't see about 150 yards given up in a half by this Auburn defense a lot. Gain of 9.5 on that play by Flakes. Second down and inches coming up.
I guess the caveat, though, is that some of those are just busts.
Yeah.
You know, they're just big plays on busts that they were able to hit.
Henry Allen drops back, stays in the pocket, looking for Lothridge, and he tries to come back to it. It's actually a pretty good job there by the safety not to run into the receiver, as it was just a two-man route. It looked like it was man coverage there by the Phoenix. Incomplete pass, third down and one coming.
But a very smart call by the Auburn offense. You got third and inches, or second and inches, and they took a deep shot. Yeah, it's not there. No harm, no foul. You line up, you get your first down.
Yeah, and this is a big one. Short yardage has been kind of an issue for Auburn here in the early going. Flakes in the gun next to Allen. Allen claps the hands, inside give right up the middle. Flakes has his first down across the 40. It'll be a gain of about 3 on the play, first down yardage.
But that's one of the things that you got to work on and just improve on. I mean, this is going to be a team that there's going to be times where everybody in the stadium knows that they're going to run the football. You still got to be able to execute it, and that's an example right there of being able to pick up 3-4 yards when you just need half of one.
Yeah, I think running teams has kind of changed for how many yards do you run for per game to can you run them when everybody knows you're going to run it. Single receivers to either side of the formation here. Allen in the gun with 2 tight ends. Flakes next to him. Allen reads the defense, drops back, wants to fade to Nation. What a pass. Yeah. What a catch. Holy cow. Ian Nation, and give the credit there to the defensive back. He was stride for Ian Nation. Henry Allen puts it in the bucket to the 12-yard line. Gain of 28 on the play, first down and 10.
That's a beautiful pass, and he's got an interesting release because it's all arm. I mean, there's very little lower body action, very little even stepping into the throw. I mean, it's all just upper body strength. And he put that ball where only Ian Nation could get to it, and that was a beautiful throw and catch.
That play moves Auburn High School into the Byron's Smokehouse Breakfast Red Zone. Byron Smokehouse, an Auburn tradition for over 30 years. Ian Nation, the only receiver out to the right. Clapping the hands is Henry Allen, and it's just zone right, student body right, really. He runs through 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people, powers his way into the end zone from 12 yards out. Henry Allen for the touchdown. That was just him and everybody going to the right, and he found a seam and then found a bunch of white jerseys to run through for the last 6 yards.
He just had a beautiful throw, but on that one, that was a bunch of defensive backs and secondary back 7 players that were making a decision that I don't want to step in front of a guy that looks like a linebacker right there, and that's a physical quarterback that just made a physical run for a touchdown.
8:02 left to go here in the second quarter. Tigers extend the lead to 20-7 as that extra point is up, and it is good. Tigers now lead 21-7 here in the second quarter. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to the Auburn High School Sports Network presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Roadmaster has a UTV for you. Visit University Ace Hardware today and experience the ultimate UTV and off-road performance.
Ace is the place where the helpful hardware goes. The Eagles, Def Leppard, and the Tigers play here. Wings 94-3.
Last two times the Tigers have got it. They got it around midfield, and twice they have converted it into touchdowns. 4 possessions for Auburn, 3 touchdowns, 1, and then the other one, they got stopped on a 4th down and 2 after they hit a field goal, but Percy Julian was offsides.
Well, I've been really impressed by the play of Henry Allen. The touch that he's able to put on some of these passes has just been incredible.
Townsend Magoo mishits it and only hits it 7 yards deep. And for our drive update, let's send it to Jack. Jack.
Auburn goes 5 plays, 51 yards on that last drive. Tyler Flakes picks up 12 of them on the ground. Of course, Ian Nation and Henry Allen hook up on that 27-yard completion. And then Henry Allen bullying his way to the end zone tonight. Listen to these stats, by the way, Rob. You bring up Henry Allen, 4 of 5, 125 yards and a touchdown tonight. 5 rushes for 56 yards and 2 touchdowns tonight for Henry Allen.
He's played well, and that's something Auburn's going to need. To win in this region, you got to have good quarterback play. And, when Jackson went down, that became a big question, and Henry Allen stepped up in a big way. Inside zone read to an RPO, and DJ Witcher all over the flat defender or the flat receiver on that one. Still gains about 3, maybe 4 on the play, 2nd down coming.
Yeah, but that's a great play by the Auburn defense because they had everybody covered. I mean, that quarterback could have run it. He could have handed the ball off. He hits a guy on a quick out, and as soon as he catches the ball, Auburn, DJ Witcher there to make the tackle for a limited gain. That's just a good, sound defensive play.
And every time I see this team, this program running RPO, I remember a couple of years ago, it felt like a quadruple option. And again, GT right up the middle, big yardage at the 50, 45, 40, as Rogers has himself a 1st down and then some. 34 yards there on that one. Again, just pulling linemen out of a 3-by-1 set and seaming this Auburn box defenders.
Yeah, no, he's got to be approaching 150 yards rushing just by himself. And, doing it untouched for the most part. Auburn rallies to get him on the ground. They limit the damage somewhat there. Last time he was able to take it far deeper into Auburn territory, but, Auburn's got to figure out what exactly is going on right there that's allowing him to break through untouched.
Rogers, 8 carries, 127 yards. It's not bad. McGrew has it, and he's going to keep it, and he's got himself a block. Bounces it outside, stiff arms the Auburn safety down, and he's going to have a good gain on 1st down, maybe even 1st down yardage. Gain of 9 on the play, 2nd down and 1. And something you mentioned that Auburn needs to figure out what's going on here. It's a copycat sport. Auburn's going to see this going forward.
Well, I think that they see these linebackers shift over to the 3 receiver side, and it's just a numbers game at that point. That time, Auburn is able to maintain containment. The outside linebacker is able to rush over and force the quarterback to cut the ball back into the defense. But there's just such a gap to the next defender that they're picking up big yards on that play.
22 seconds left to go on the play clock as Percy Julian just now gets everybody set. It's the 3-by-1 set. Auburn has 6 guys in the box. McGrew has it and wants the stick route, and reading that one and making a play, almost coming up with a pick, was DJ Witcher. Incomplete on it, 2nd down and 10 coming.
Yeah, great read by Witcher, because we had talked about Auburn kind of giving that away, that some teams just kind of take it, or you be patient enough to keep going after that all the way down the field, and that time DJ Witcher gave nothing. I think he heard us and said, no, we don't give that away. I'm going to defend it. And both guys had their hands on the ball, and he's able to bat it free.
6:38 left to go here in the 2nd quarter. Tigers lead 21-7, but Percy Julian is driving. McGrew in the gun. Claps of hands into GT once again, and this time coming from the backside and making the play is one of the defensive linemen, and that is actually the sophomore Cam Creighton. Comes from the backside to make the play. The sophomore getting some opportunity to get playing time here against Percy Julian and a big TFL for the youngster.
Which is needed because they, like you said, pull both tackle and guard on the play, and those guys are physical coming across. I watched those two pullers, and both of them got a hat on a body, and they did it with a lot of physicality. But the backside defender is unaccounted for right there, and he's got the speed to make the play.
3-by-1 set here, 3rd down and 13 coming for the Phoenix. Inside give once again, and Auburn's going to tackle him short of the yard to gain. That was Rogers once again to the 31-yard line.
Stop made by number 5.
It's a gain of about 6 on the play, but that feels like a go-for-it call.
Yeah, I think that was. That was, try to make it manageable here. It's going to be 4th and 8?
Yeah.
And they've had their biggest plays on the ground, It's through the air, not a lot. It'd be an interesting play call right here because it's been a numbers game to the boundary that's been to their benefit.
I think stick and go, something like that, might be something you see here. McGrew has it, drops back, and wants the post. Pete Davis, stride for stride, incomplete. Just went with a good old one-on-one matchup, and Pete Davis was right in his hip pocket, incomplete. Tigers defense holds after the big run, and they get another turnover on downs, and will take over.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you credit teams for, hey, you watch film, you identify kind of maybe a weakness, you attack it, you exploit it. They've had an outstanding success there, but like, if you're going to go one-on-one against anybody against Auburn, it's probably not Pete Davis. I mean, he's played more safety or corner than anybody else on the field, and that's who they choose to attack. And you just kind of leave yourself scratching your head over that.
Yeah, that's the Auburn corners or stick out on film as guys that you don't necessarily want to attack. Henry Allen in the gun, hands off the middle to Omar. Omar breaks 1 tackle, but then has his legs taken away from him. Gain of 2 on the play, 2nd down and 8.
Yeah, hasn't been a ton of running room for the running backs. Early on, Tyler Flake's got a little bit of a hole. Omar Mabson's had a harder time finding some running room. You would think that over time that Henry Allen keeping that ball is going to open things up for them.
Allen in the gun, give to Mapson once again, and that time has himself a little bit of a seam across the 40, close to 1st down yardage on 2nd down and 8. There's a flag on the play. I think it's going to be a late hit on Percy Julian. He was going to be called short. It was going to be a 3rd down and 1, but it looks like 15 coming after the play.
Well, it was a good job by Omar Mapson right there because the call is that after the tackle, he holds on to Omar's ankle and just kind of keeps lifting him up and doesn't let him get up off of the ground. Just a boneheaded play for the defense. But Omar does a really good job of not losing his cool. He sort of gets up and pleads his case to the official, and the official's right there. He sees it and he drops the flag. So kudos to him.
So Auburn High School moves across the 50, inside the 45 to the 44-yard line. Auburn High School will go kind of now with their 3-receiver set. Actually, it's a 2. They go away from their 3 tight end set to the 2 tight end set. And Griffin McLean is in the slot. Palmer in motion and inside handoff. Auburn's got to see him on the outside to Omar. Omar down the sideline, 35, stays in bounds. Does he stay into the end zone? Yes, he does. What a run from Omar Mapson from 44 yards out. He had some ballerina shoes going down the sideline right there. Stays in bounds and scores from 44 yards out to give Auburn a 27-7 lead.
Yeah, he showed a little bit of everything there, Scott. I mean, that speed to get to the edge. That was power to have to power through that last defender, and then the agility and the balance to tiptoe down that sideline for the last 15 yards maybe, maybe longer than that, and get that ball in the end zone. Outstanding job by Omar Mapson, both with not retaliating and then being rewarded with the touchdown.
Auburn sees that Percy Julian was in man. They went motion with the outside receiver to clear out that side, and then
the kick is good. 4 minutes, 14 seconds remaining in the half. Auburn High 28, Percy Julian 7.
University or launching straight into a lucrative career. A degree from SUSEC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations.
4:14 left to go here in the second quarter. I guess we have reached under that heat time or that heat period. We have not seen a heat timeout as it's been cooler this week. It hasn't been just the ridiculous heat that we've seen the past couple of months.
Or the heat that they'll have in College Station.
I heard it's going to be warm.
I'm glad I'm not sitting on that side.
Well, one of us,
I would rather be on the sideline than in the stands.
In the stands, yeah. Well, one of us gets to wake up at 7 a.m. to be on air. I guess I'm going to wake up at 7 a.m. to go to a volleyball game in Birmingham.
That's right.
Towns Magoo up to kick this one outside of the white. That's 12, 13 yards deep. And for the sixth time, Percy Julian will start a drive. And for the sixth time, it is at their own 20-yard line.
I saw something recently where Towns Magoo was at the camp and won some big award, or was an Under Armour All-American.
Yeah, he's an Under Armour All-American, going to play in the game, and according to some of the kicking sites, he's a 5-star.
Yeah, that's impressive, and you can see it out here. I've never seen a kicker like that.
No, we've seen really good kickers from Avery Atkins, who went to LSU to be a kickoff specialist there, Sage Ledbetter, and a lot of guys here, but Towns Magoo drives the ball consistently 5, 6, 7, 8 yards deep plus. And we'll get the drive recap after this first play here. This is a must score here for Percy Julian. They've had some success, but now find themselves down 21-7. A little bit fake run to a pass, and a nice pass. There's a flag on the play. I think this one might be illegal downfield, and as we get the penalty, let's send it to Jack, who has that drive recap.
Omar Mabson capping that one off with a 44-yard touchdown run there. 3 plays, Tigers go 54 yards thanks to the personal foul. Actually, more than that. I believe that would be 69 yards they go thanks to the personal foul from Percy Julian earlier. So there you go, 3 plays, 69 yards. By the way, Cole's kicking camp, Towns Magoo, number 3 kicker in the country.
Yeah, I don't know where Towns is going to go to college, but somebody is going to get themselves a very, very good kicker.
Yeah, they are.
In Towns Magoo. The other thing is, I don't think he's been kicking that long.
No, because I talked to his dad. I could tell that story another time about the touchdown, the kickoff for a touchdown against Enterprise. He had no idea. Didn't know he could tackle a kid.
GT, and it's a little pop pass. It's an RPO GT pull. Throw it 35 yards downfield, incomplete, second down and 15.
It was really a good throw.
It was.
It was, he put a lot of air under that. There was no way the defender was going to be able to get to it. He was just a little off with the timing with his outside receiver there. But that's an incredible athletic throw that he just made.
Yeah, and this is starting to look like the offense. When this program was in 7A, they gave Auburn fits, they gave Central fits, they went down to 6A, made the playoffs. When they came back to 7A last year, they were just not the same. They were young. This is starting to resemble those teams from then. Drop back, and it's a quarterback outside zone. And Auburn does a good job this time of getting numbers to it and flowing. Wyatt Trexler getting out there along with Mike Gunn, and then Jace Williams also does a good job of taking on the blocker. And it's minimal gain, actually lost yards on the play, 3rd down and long coming.
Well, you're talking about kind of their history and what they've been through as a program, but they don't have many players over there.
No.
But they are physical. I mean, you watch them, and you watch these guys pulling. You watch their linebackers flow to the ball. They've got some quarterback's an outstanding athlete, and the running back has just gashed Auburn in this first half, so they've definitely got some players.
2-by-2 set here for McGrew. Tigers show blitz, and now they'll make an adjustment. McGrew has it, drops back, wants a slant. Ooh, hello. High hit from Jackson Mills as the receiver's a little bit shaken up. As we have this pause, we'll take it with him. We'll be back in 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Wings 94.3 is an Auburn network station, part of the Radio Alabama family, WGZZ.
To get it back. Auburn maybe got lucky there on the no penalty on a high hit. there by the safety on the receiver over the middle of the field.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I like the mentality of Jackson Mills coming across and making a play on the ball. Made a hard hit to separate the player from the ball, but it was high, and in this age, I mean, you know, a few years ago, that we would have thought nothing of that. But at this age, those plays get called a lot.
High punt, Jackson Mills. There's going to be a kick-catch interference, and there's the flag. And it was close. It was right as the ball got there. If it's half a second later, it will be no penalty and probably the fumble. Right. But he got there beforehand, and Auburn's going to have great field position here.
Yeah, we saw, you know, that's kind of how Enterprise started the game, was running through the punt returner to try to set the tone early on, and they did, and it worked to their benefit. You wonder if maybe because Jackson Mills was the guy that hit their receiver high, if they were saying, hey, we're gonna get you back here now that we have the opportunity. Well, I mean, it was close.
It was, yeah. I think it was just one of those where that guy's going full head of steam, and he's hoping the whole time the ball's going to get there, and it just doesn't until it's too late. Auburn takes over at the 28-yard line going in as they look to almost put this one out of reach. Auburn not sure of what the play is, as they have 3 or 4 coaches sending in signals. Play action, pump, looking for Lothridge down the side, dropped. As had it right there was Joshua Whiting, and I think that's the only one that the first one we've seen from Henry where he threw it into danger. Yeah. And even then, it's one-on-one. I understand giving your guy a chance, but that one was left inside, and the only one who had a chance was Whiting, the safety for Percy Julian.
That's right. Just didn't put it in place where his guy even had an opportunity.
Allen has it, low snap, somehow gets the ball to Flakes, and he's going to fight, scratch, and claw for everything he's got and still lose a yard. 3rd down, 11 coming.
That was an athletic play by Allen just to receive the snap. How he got it to Flakes, I have no idea. That looked like that defied physics. They put it through his back to get it into his belly. But Flakes, you're right, had to fight just to lose a couple of yards right there. That was just nothing going right at any point in that play.
First time we see a true 4-receiver look here for the Tigers, and Auburn wants to screen to Griff. Griff tries to make a guy miss, makes one guy miss, makes a second guy miss, tripped up to the 25-yard line on a little screen. Gain of about 5 on 3rd and 12, 4th and 7, and I believe we'll get a field goal here.
Yep. Opportunity to put points on the board with the clock still running.
Heck, with as much time as left, you got 3 timeouts. You could get the ball back.
Yeah. Yep, you're right.
Magoo's hit from 43, now will have a chance to hit from 42. Kick is on his way. It's long enough. That was true, right down the middle. 31-7 Tigers lead, and folks, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. Auburn gets the ball to the 50. I think I let him attempt a 67-yard field goal.
I do too. I mean, he's kicking off 70 yards.
The thing is with the 67-yarder, it comes down to, do you think he can hit a 57-yard? The answer is yes. The reason I say that is he gets it to the end zone. It's an automatic touchback.
Right.
Why not?
Yeah, I agree. You know, as long as he doesn't change his
approach,
trajectory and puts the thing down so low that it risks being blocked. But yeah, his leg is incredible, and his accuracy. I mean, we've seen some guys with some massive accuracy with it. It's just phenomenal.
31-7, and I mentioned the field goal from 43 ended up getting wiped off because Auburn then went for it and was short on the line to gain. As Towns Magoo will kick off, and he'll send that one way to the back of the end zone line, and 7 possessions, and Percy Julian will take over once again at the 20-yard line.
And Magoo is a big kid too.
Yeah.
He looks like a linebacker out here as your kickoff guy. I would still take Avery Atkins
as an athlete, yes.
Well, and as the safety on your kickoff.
He was an all-state safety, yes.
He would kick off and then be the first guy down the field.
Yeah, there was no safety, yes. 3-by-1 set here once again for Percy Julian. GT Reed into the pop pass, and McGrew a little bit behind his tight end there, Marbury, as McGrew wanted him to settle down a little bit, and he kept going. Lineman a little bit slow getting up. Unfortunately now, because the clock was stopped for it, he's going to have to come out of the game. Yeah, incomplete pass, which also means the clock stops.
Yep. A couple of guys slow to get up, an offensive lineman, the running back that time, a miscommunication between the quarterback and the receiver. But I tell you what they've done, Scott, is they've found some voids in this Auburn defense that they've exploited sometimes very well through the air, not as much, but they've done a really good job of having opportunities of getting guys in space to make plays.
Why is the clock running? The clock should be stopped. And Percy Julian calls a timeout. They should get this timeout back. That was an incomplete pass, and they wound the clock there. And a timeout is called. That should be talked about by this staff. 2:07 left to go here. We'll take the timeout with them. We'll be back in 30 seconds. 31-7, Tigers lead. You're listening to them.
AHS football on.
Nothing left to go here. Tigers lead. 3-by-1 set once again as that. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I am very, very confused. I think everybody else on the field is confused. Another GT Reed McGrew picked. Oh, yes. Pete Davis read it and jumped it. And unfortunately, I think the way that they run their RPOs, it's a legit give, pull, and then 3 throw options on it. That time McGrew picked wrong twice, and Pete Davis came in with the pick, and the Tigers have great field position once again.
Yeah, I don't know what their quarterback was looking at that time, McGrew. I mean, Pete Davis was standing between he and the receiver, and he just threw it straight to him. Hit Pete right in the chest. He makes a good play because the wide receiver becomes the defender on that play. But Pete hangs on to it, and Auburn, man, sitting at the 29-yard line going, or the 24-yard line.
24-yard line going in. We'll see if Auburn wants to take a shot here. 2:02 left to go here in the half. Tigers looking to almost put this one out of reach. Pop pass to hello, goodness gracious. Auburn doesn't get the defensive end. Cody Palmer says hello to him. A loss of about 7 on the play. Actually, no, check that. I had my 5 yards off. Loss of 2 on the play. 2nd down and 12 coming.
Yeah, that was Auburn trying to go to their base of attacking the boundary and outflanking. And that time Auburn just doesn't hang on the edge of there. And Cody takes a wallop there. I see him checking his elbow now. He'll feel that one and have some kind of memory of that in the morning.
Auburn goes motion the other way. Tyler Flakes up the middle, spins around 1. That's a pretty darn good tackle there by number 5, Elijah Gross, the linebacker. Gain to the 20-yard line. And that's going to be a gain of about 6 on the play, 3rd down and 6 coming.
But I do like the way Flakes kind of rides the backs of that offensive line. He's finding a way to get north and south, and man, just the way that he spins and claws to get everything that he can. He's fighting for this team.
As that play moves Auburn High School into the Byron Smokehouse Breakfast Red Zone. Byron Smokehouse at Auburn. That one short. Loss of about 2 on the play, and Auburn High School will probably have to kick here. No, Auburn's High will go.
I think they're going to let the clock wind all the way down and maybe call timeout. We'll see.
I don't know. Auburn wearing a bunch of people on there, and I saw a bunch of people in blue who would be the coaches start to holler and scream and get people back. But you're right. This with 23 seconds left to go and the play clock down to 15, Auburn can run this thing down to about 5, call your timeouts, and then run the field goal unit back out there. Three, 2, and 1. There's your timeout. With 5 seconds left to go, so that's how this half will end. It'll be the field goal coming for Towns-Magoo. This ball will be at the 22-yard line, 32 plus 7, about a 39-yard field goal coming here for Towns. And what's been a good half for Auburn now, it looks like Percy Julian's made the adjustment to that double wing set that Auburn has gone to a lot the last 2 weeks since Henry Allen has become. Because you're limited. You still, have 20% or so of your pass game in it. You would have if Kilgore was in there, or Jackson Kilgore as opposed to Henry.
Yeah.
Or, do you call it, whatever happens in the second half, sit Henry and play the 2 10th graders? You got some options to try to figure out what you want to do if you're Auburn High.
Yeah, I think they'll talk about it at the half and find out, hey, do we want to try to get Henry? Do we feel good about where he is with what we've seen tonight and in our passing game, or is there something we want to work on in the second half of that? And then you have the opportunity of shoring up the guys behind it, so giving some of these younger guys opportunities to put the ball in the air and lead the offense too. I think more of that thinking.
39-yard field goal coming here for Towns. Field goal is up, and that field goal is good. Ball was smashed. 34-7 is your score.
Auburn High 34, Percy Julian 7.
Seven-point.
I'll do Mocho and third, and you can finish the rest of the game.
Presenting the 2023 Auburn High School Homecoming Court. Sophomore Representative Audrey Erab, daughter of Ann and Stephen Erab, escorted by her father Stephen. Audrey is a member of AHS cross country and track teams, as well as HoSA. In her free time, she enjoys running and traveling. Sophomore Representative Jamie Johnson, daughter of Kimberly and Jeffrey Johnson, escorted by her father Jeffrey. Jamie is a member of Auburn Varsity Cheer, Varsity Council, and Spanish Club. In her free time, she enjoys tumbling, baking, and painting. Sophomore Representative Stella Rogers, daughter of Lauren and Brandon Rogers, escorted by her father Brandon. Stella is involved in Auburn Varsity Cheer, a member of the AHS Key Club, and a member of Auburn Community Church. In her free time, she enjoys going to Lake Martin, playing tennis, making flower arrangements, and baking. Sophomore Representative Reese Wagner, daughter of Tiffany and Will Wagner, escorted by her father Will. Reese is involved in volleyball, her church small group, and working out. In her free time, she enjoys reading the Bible, spending time with friends, and listening to music. Junior Representative Sophia Campbell, daughter of Michelle Warrose and Scott Campbell, escorted by Michelle Warrose. Sophia is involved in varsity track, junior civitan, and DECA. In her free time, she enjoys volunteering in church, serving the community through outreach, and traveling with friends and family. Junior Representative Linnea Cox, daughter of Lady and Matt Cox, escorted by her father Matt. Linnea is involved in AHS Tiger Ambassadors, is the junior class vice president, and a member of HoSA. In her free time, she enjoys running for the AHS varsity cross country team and traveling. Junior Representative Melissa Smith, daughter of Marla and Chris Smith, escorted by her father Chris. Melissa is involved in the Auburn High Spanish Club. In her free time, she enjoys playing soccer, fishing, and hanging out with friends. Junior Representative Tina Chen, daughter of Ying Peng and Xiao Chen, escorted by her father Xiao. Tina is involved with HoSA, Key Club, and runs on the AHS cross country team. In her free time, she enjoys dancing at Variations Dance Studios. Senior Representative Ren Belcher, daughter of Ashley and Jason Belcher, escorted by her father Jason. Ren is involved in Auburn High Varsity Show Choir, Auburn Community Church Youth Group, and works at Tumors Drugs. In her free time, she enjoys learning how to bake new desserts and hosting events with her friends. Ren plans to attend Southern Union to pursue business and a path to the plains. Senior Representative Holly Helton, daughter of Hope and Bob Helton, escorted by her father Bob. Hope is involved in the Auburn High Varsity Show Choir, Tri-M Honor Society, and the Kindness Club. In her free time, she enjoys spending quality time with her family and friends, is active in her pursuit of Jesus Christ, and is involved in her church youth choir. Holly plans to attend Auburn University to pursue a degree in nursing. Gabrielle Knox, daughter of Zondre Washington and Alvin Knox, escorted by her uncle, Harold Henry. Gabrielle is involved in the Auburn High School Color Guard and Afro-American Culture Club. In her free time, she enjoys spending time with family and reading. Gabrielle plans to pursue a degree in nursing. Senior Representative Trinity Pritchett, daughter of Kristen and Dr. Courtney Pritchett, escorted by her father Courtney. Trinity is an Auburn High School Tiger Ambassador, the Vice President of Programs for FCCLA, and a 2023 Alabama Girls State Delegate. In her free time, Trinity enjoys traveling with friends and family, photography, and participating in sports. Trinity plans to attend the University of Alabama at Birmingham, majoring in health information management, and plans on becoming an occupational therapist. Senior Representative Hanbi Yoon, daughter of Chris Cole and Mike Yoon, escorted by her father Mike. Hanbi is a member of the 2021 and 2023 state champion girls tennis team, an Auburn High School ambassador, and HoSA vice president. In her free time, she enjoys playing tennis, playing volleyball, and photography. Hanbi plans to pursue a career in dentistry. 2023 Homecoming Queen. Please welcome to the field Auburn High School Principal Dr. Shannon Pignato and the 2022 Homecoming Queen, Parker Scales. Your 2023 Auburn High School Homecoming Queen is Trinity Pritchett.
Yes! Let's go! Let's go! You saw the script. You saw the script. Let's go! Let's go! For the O. For the O. He's better get that. What happened? Post that on the bar stool. Guys, the band is done. Yeah. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Okay, how much time? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. Tell Dillard that we're going to do it. All right. Dillard, we're about to do halftime. Mics are good. Okay, Evan. We have 5 minutes. It's half.
Yes, women can have it all, including heart attacks. Know the signs. Heart disease is the #1 killer of women. Get heart checked.
Bloodmobile. Just one donation can save up to 3 lives. Go gold with us. We're banking.
What do you think you're doing, Kevin?
Was just gonna drive home.
There are several warning signs present that you shouldn't be driving.
Like hearing voices?
Like your text-to-emoji ratio?
Oh man, the selfies.
Selfie, nailed it. We all have warning signs that let us know that we're probably not okay to drive. Mine is pretending to be your subconscious.
Craig, come on man, let's put a ride home.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Job scouting. You know, they hit us with some weak side stuff, and you know, hats off to them. And then, but we responded. Our kids bent a little, but didn't break. Davis made two
You can't tell how someone feels just by looking at them or what they share online. To the outside world, our lives may look perfect, even if in reality they aren't. I'm always worrying about doing well at school, and with the end of year test coming up, I'm not sure how much longer I can cope. My thoughts swarm around my head, sometimes keeping me up all night. Some days it's just all too much, and I feel like I'm lost in space. When I did badly on one of my tests, I just about kept it together until I got home. Then I broke down crying in front of my mum. She listened for a bit, and then she told me that, just like physical health, we all have mental health. It's our feelings, our thinking, our emotions, and our moods. She then said that feeling down, angry, and stressed is a normal part of life, just like it's normal to feel happy, confident, and carefree sometimes. We all have positive and negative emotions that come and go based on what's happening around us. These are everyday feelings. Good mental health means experiencing negative emotions. It's not always about being happy. Mum can relate to the feelings of stress. So when Mum suggested I take a break from everything and do something I enjoy, I actually took her advice. So I made myself a hot chocolate, snuggled up in a duvet and watched a film. And you know what? Afterwards I felt so much better. Mum should take her own advice.
Most of us only ever share the good things. We don't like to share how we really feel. Every morning when I wake up, negative thoughts stream through my head. Getting out of bed and...
You know, that's a kind of a telltale for what we can expect going forward. But, you know, I think that the big thing is making their talented young quarterback just as uncomfortable as we can. Take away the running game, make him get off of his mark, and, you know, not just give him the freebies. Because Bobby Petrino is going to draw up. He schemes players wide open. Too. And he takes deep shots, so they take a long time to develop. So we got to get a good pass rush, and we've got to take away the run threat.
Yeah. The other thing is I firmly believe that if you're able to keep it close, Jimbo Fisher and Bobby Petrino might end up fighting each other in the second half.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I mean, if it, you know, just keeping it close puts a lot of pressure on them, and if you know, they're able to do that, you know, I think that makes a you know, it frees up Auburn. It allows them to play with a lot of freedom, and it puts the pressure, the game pressure, on both that staff and those players to have to come through.
Yeah, it's just an interesting game because you're right. When this game is early in the year, it feels like a setup for whoever wins it. When it's later in the year, pretty much goes to whoever's playing better.
Yeah.
You know, in 2020, Auburn wasn't playing well. A&M came in and kind of ran away with it. 2021, Auburn goes in there. They're playing well going into that game, and coming out of that game. That was kind of the start of the end of the Brian Harsin era.
It was.
And then, you know, last year it was the cement of the bad year that was for A&M, and kind of just the spark for Auburn football with Cadillac Williams being the head coach there. But we'll see what happens. You know, there is no path to victory without Peyton Thorne playing well, I believe. I'm interested to see what happens with him. A couple of really bad picks last week, but he also threw the ball outside of those two throws. I thought he threw the ball pretty well. Should be very interesting to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. You can't go on the road in the SEC and have bad quarterback play and walk out a winner.
Yeah.
So he's got to be near flawless. And, you know, and I think he's going to get better. It's a lot like Henry Allen with Peyton Thorne in that he didn't go through spring. He's learning a new system. He's going to get better every week. Henry Allen is getting a little bit better every week as Auburn's quarterback, and if we can just continue that trajectory, I think that he's going to be fine.
Hate to cut off Jack, but Jack, we get to hear all your thoughts tomorrow at 7 a.m. on before the Auburn University broadcast gets started. When we come back, we'll have the second half. 34-7 Tigers lead. You're listening to the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
TV show is so good. There's a whole Steve Carell show about it. I watched it within a week.
Will return, as kicking off will be number 6, Keyshawn Marbury.
You know, one of the guys, Scott, that Coach Etheridge talked about, praised in the halftime report with Jack was Davis Smith and the touchdown saving plays that he made. And I think that I overlooked those as they were happening, because I think we're trying to figure out why they were busting those long runs untouched. But you know, 2 times Davis Smith was able to prevent a touchdown from getting on the board by just not quitting and giving up on the play. So Coach recognized that, and Davis made big tackles in that first half.
Yeah, Davis Smith, 32 tackles on the year, second on the team behind Wyatt Trexler. He did that. Him and Jackson Mills both had 12, 13, 14 tackles against Dothan. And more than half of them were, it's you have to make the play, or this is going to be a 60-yard run. And they made the play and made Dothan grind out that game. So we'll see. I don't think I'd be surprised if we see Cheetah Webb the rest of the night. And Auburn High will have it coming back the other way on the kick return. 35, 40. As making a guy miss is coming back. I believe that one was Daryl Gibbs on the return. First time we've seen him back this year. And Auburn High will have it first down and 10.
Well, he did a great job of speeding all the way there to the edge, and man, he threw the brakes on in a hurry. He got the sidelines excited here at Auburn because the Percy Julian defender just ran out of his shoes, and you know, that's was something that stoked everybody up here on the sidelines.
Auburn High has had really good field position, and then that'll continue right here as they have it at the 41-yard line going in. Allen in the gun. Handoff to Mapson. Mapson following his 2 tight ends going around the edge to the 43-yard line. Gain of 2 on the play. Second down and 8.
Well, again, you know, they condensed that formation. They've got Ian Nation split out wide. They have a man-to-man defender on him, and everybody else is in the box. I mean, it's literally 10 in the box right here.
Give to Mapson going left. He finds himself a little bit of a crease across the 45, breaks 1 tackle, dragging a linebacker, and then safety. He gives him a ride as well. Runs all the way out to about the 48, 49-yard line. Gain of about 5, maybe 6. Sets up a third down and short.
Yeah, they go along that left side of the offensive line with Hugh Bodiford, Clem Womack, and those guys paved the way with a box stacked like that. To be able to pick up that type of yardage on the ground is impressive.
Third down and about 3. Now, you know, call it 2. Auburn goes hard count, does not jump. Well, yep, there's a flag. And it looks like Auburn's going to pick up a freebie on an offsides.
That 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
So Tigers will pick up their first down, and it'll be first down and 10 from the Percy Julian 46. Allen in the gun with 2 receivers and 2 tight ends. Drops back, wants the go ball, looking for Ian Nation. Throw the flag. There it is. A little bit underthrown. He had him and put a little bit too much air on it. We're not able to get it out there, but it's going to be 15 yards on the defensive PI. And Auburn High will have another first down.
Yeah, a really hard situation to put that corner isolated out there on Ian Nation. He's able to get the step. And you're right, if Henry's able to lead him a little bit more than Ian walks into the end zone. Still, you know, they're still working on timing for that type of play. still like the fact that he gave his guy an opportunity to make a play. He didn't just throw a long foul ball there. He was gave Ian a chance to get back to it.
And Ian Nation rolls out, inside give, up the middle to Omar. Omar breaks the tackle across the 25, carrying some guys. Will finally be tackled just shy of the 20-yard line on 1st down and 10 from the 31. He picks up 8, maybe 9 on the play.
Yeah, just impressive physicality with the way Omar Mabson finishes these runs, running hard, keeping those feet churning. I think both backs tonight have been really impressive with just their ability to keep the pile moving forward and not giving up on anything.
I think that's going to be a key, because going forward, if Auburn can have a 2-back system with Henry Allen running the football and force the issue, is Henry's going to roll right, looking for a dragger. Nice play there by the outside backer to get a hand on it. Auburn went with a little waggle concept, and I believe that's Gross once again to get a hand on it and to knock away 3rd down and 1.
But again, you like the play call. You something to work on. It gives Henry the opportunity to get outside of the pocket. He's got a flood concept with multiple options rolling to his right. I mean, it was a 2nd and 1 play call, so you're back to 3rd down. If you want to pound it and try to pick up the first here, then you're in great position to do that.
Allen back in the gun, and one receiver, it's Ian Nation off to the left, and Flakes up the middle is going to lower his head and get what he needs for the 1st down. Will be pushed back at the 20, but with that play, Auburn High School moves inside the Byron Smokehouse Breakfast Red Zone. Byron Smokehouse, an Auburn tradition for over 30 years. 2 trips into the red zone here tonight, a touchdown and a field goal, as Auburn just kind of grinding out this one. 9.5 left to go here in the 3rd quarter. Tigers lead 34-7.
Interesting formation this time where they stack all 3 backs.
Once again, inside give to Flakes. Flakes runs out of the 1st tackle, running hard. He might be inside the 10-yard line there. They will give him the 10. Gain of 10 on the play. 1st down and goal from the 10. I think I said 10 3 times in the span of a minute right there.
Well, that was a little wrinkle that, Coach Etheridge was talking about, the wrinkles that we see offensively. They had lined the tailback away from the 2 H-backs, and that time they had the 2 H-backs and the tailback all at the same time on the same side, and they led the tailback around to the opposite side. That was a new look for this formation.
Auburn now will shift out of that, and they'll send basically 3 tight ends to the right along with Ian Nation. Give to Omar. Omar trying to get the outside, going to cut up, get close to the 6. He'll be marked down at about the 7.5, 6-yard line. Gain of about 4 on that one. 2nd down and goal coming.
Yeah, and that's one where when Henry Allen gives the ball off to Omar Mabson, he'll see on tape tomorrow whenever they watch this game that, hey, I could have walked in right there. Nobody accounts for the quarterback on that weak side, and they may go back to it here soon.
As Jalen Foster, the Auburn senior center, having a conversation with some of the offensive staff. Give once again to Omar up the middle. He lowers his head, going to get hit at about the 4 and stop there. Gain of 2, 3rd down and 4 from the 4 coming as Flakes will check in. As we'll see if Auburn wants to go boot. Do you continue to pound it? Quarterback keeper, we saw some of that last week. We'll see what Auburn wants to do here. They have bled out about 4+ minutes here in the first drive of the 2nd half with this 34-7 lead.
Yeah, curious to see if Auburn has a passing option that they like in this part of the field.
They're going to give to Flakes. Flakes got a hole off the right side, and then the lead defender was able to take him off of his feet. Carried to the 2, 4th down and goal from the 2, as you can see Wag talking to Coach E. And Auburn's going to go heavy.
They sure are, aren't they? Deuce White, Caleb Pitts.
Pritchett goes out there as well. Wow. Trenton Pritchett, whose sister was crowned homecoming queen at halftime. Congratulations to the Pritchett family. Of course, Dr. Pritchett is also the head coach of the Lady Tiger basketball program. Omar Mapson in the gun, 10 seconds left to go here on this 4th down and 2 as Percy Julian's going to roll down to the goal line and call timeout to see what they want to do. 6.5 left to go here in the 3rd quarter. We'll take this timeout with them. 34-7 Tigers lead. You're listening to the Auburn High School Sports Network presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel. Safely drive that automobile.
Extinction is forever. To save America's most iconic and imperiled species from extinction, we must fight for their future. Fight to save the natural lands that wildlife call home. Fight to limit pollution. Fight for smart development. Fight for their future. And fight for ours. For so goes nature, so goes us.
Field goal, the extra point is up, and that extra point is good. 6:28 left to go here. And the 3rd quarter, Tigers have extended the lead once again. 41-7 is our score. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to the Auburn High School Sports Network presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood.
Def Leppard and the Tigers play here.
Hey, you said have fun, so we've seen a flea flicker for a touchdown. We've seen a center run in for a touchdown. As hey, you know what? I always, with trick plays, you normally don't have to rep them a bunch because the kids remember that one.
Oh, yeah. They'll remember that forever. It's nice to see, you put those things in and implement them in practice. And they seem like, fun things that just get everybody excited, and they call for it in the game, and then you execute it. That's, man, those are lifetime memories there.
8 possessions for Percy Julian, 8 times that they take over at the 20-yard line.
It's funny, the Auburn defense is so used to the ball going out of the end zone that as the kick is in the air, like the guys running on the kickoff team closest to the Auburn sidelines are having to run through Auburn defense coming onto the field because they know it's a touchback.
Well, that's something that that Auburn needs to make sure that they stay disciplined on. Opelika found that out last week against Central. They're used to kicking out of the end zone as well. The kick went to the 1-yard line. The returner fumbled it and then picked it up and ran out the backside for a 99-yard touchdown run that put the game away. Looking for the corner out, Davis Smith right there. Nice throw and catch as McGrew was looking for the looking for his receiver, and Jaden Hill comes up with it. First down yardage down to the 45-yard line in Auburn territory. Gain of 35 on the play. Nice pitch and catch.
Yeah, it was. It was a good corner route right there that the receiver ran. He ran away from Davis Smith. Smith is able to close on that and be right there as the ball. I think, honestly, Scott, it was simultaneous possession right there because Davis Smith came up with the ball.
Yeah.
But that, obviously the tie goes to the offensive player.
Inside, another RPO. Nice hands there by number 11, Jacoby Jackson, on a little RPO, a throw for about gain of 4. We have a second. Jack, you got that drive detail from the last Auburn drive that took a while.
That's right, Scott. Yeah, 12 plays, the longest drive of the night for this Auburn offense. The plays it is 59 yards, helped out by a couple penalties, but of course the big run by Jalen Foster. I say big, but maybe in stature, not necessarily in length.
Well, it's the one that got the points. Again, 3-by-1 set. Looked like the receivers got going a little bit early. That's an interesting play design there. Auburn High defends it well. GT Speedo. Like, you move the GT, you get eyes going to the middle of the formation, and then Speedo away from the pullers. And Auburn luckily ended up having numbers there. It's only going to be a gain of a couple, third down coming up.
Yeah, Auburn almost overran it. Had 3 defenders over there. Caleb Pitts, the most interior of them, and the quarterback cuts back inside of Caleb, but Caleb was able to get it down.
Also, that Jalen Foster touchdown run, the first fourth down conversion of the season for the Tigers. Wow. Somebody jumped. We'll see what it's called. It's going to be a false start.
Yeah, Auburn with a late defensive line shift right there, and the right tackle for Percy Julian comes up out of the stance, and his teammates are very dismayed.
So your defensive guy, that's something that's become very big the last couple of years, mainly from Bama and Georgia.
Yeah.
And that's the late defensive line shift that really can, and they're really doing it to get a false start from the offensive line.
They are. It's smart. I mean, it's hard to coordinate that, but these defensive lines are practicing it. They're getting it done, and it's paying dividends.
Empty set here for Percy Julian on 3rd and 7. Little quick throw, and if it's a good pass, it's first down yardage and then some. As is, it's a gain of 6 and 4th and 1.
Yeah, that's a good enough to go for it on 4th down, which they should here. I mean, they're down 41-7. They're in Auburn territory. They're outside of field goal range, and they'll try to pound one in here and see if they can't continue this drive.
Auburn will bring in their biggest defensive lineman, Amias Greathouse. What a name!
It is an outstanding name for a nose tackle.
Greathouse, 5'10", 310 pounds, the senior. Looks to plug the middle. Speedo once again. McGrew very patient. Gets the seam he needs and gets the first down.
Yeah, but you can see what Coach Etheridge talked about right there of having enough players over there to account for what it was that they had scouted against Auburn, because they attacked that same play that they've run to the boundary, that time with the speed option look, and Auburn has enough defenders. The quarterback made a great play with the hesitation to get around the trailing Wyatt Trexler.
Bryson McGrew's played pretty well tonight.
Yes.
Seen some good throws. He's had a couple of questionable decisions. But also a very good scheme from this Percy Julian staff. Bunch set, throw over the middle, and had his receiver. Unfortunately, you throw it 98 miles an hour on a 7-yard slant. It's going to be tough to catch. That goes off the receiver's head, incomplete.
Yeah, that's the same thing that Robbie Ashford struggles with. That the touch on the short crossing and underneath stuff. But I've been impressed in this second half also with, and part of this is dictated, I think, just by the score. But number 2 for those guys, Rogers.
Yeah,
he ate Auburn alive on the ground in the first half, and I don't know that he's even touched the ball in the second half. Till now.
Yeah, he was the slot receiver, so he's the one that got the 3rd down and 6 on the little quick pass. Is an empty set that time, and Auburn's kind of playing off big time on that slot, and it's just catch and throw it out there, let him go get some yards. He picks up 4, 3rd down and 6 coming for the Phoenix.
Well, he's definitely been their go-to guy, their playmaker. So 3rd and 6, you would expect that they're going to try to get the ball in his hands to make a play.
I think it'd be interesting if you could, the next play that I think could be very useful for this team as a little throw out to Rogers. Rogers, hello, as Witcher, there's the flag, as he reaches his hands out, ends up getting the face mask. And that will be a personal foul and just, you put your hand out, try to make the tackle, end up getting a face mask. One of the things that a lot of spread teams have added out of the 3-by-1 set is a play that's called kind of bash, outside zone with a quarterback run. They run the GT really well with that back. My thing is the next play is run the sweep away from the GT, and the quarterback can keep it with that guard tackle pull. Just adds another wrinkle to kind of mess up the eyes for the linebackers. But it's been a really good scheme and a really good plan here for Percy Julian. It's just Auburn made an adjustment, and now they've been able to build this big lead.
Yeah, and that's the key. I mean, it's always about finding out where you're weak and where you're getting exploited, and just make a change.
GT once again flip it out to the bubble. That was incomplete, as right now they're trying to make Auburn guard all 53 across.
Yeah.
And there's some stuff there, but the other part of doing it all has got to be able to execute it. That one a little bit short, incomplete.
Yeah, a little bit antsy from their quarterback, not getting his feet set, and almost looking like he's trying to make no-look passes.
Yeah.
To try to get the defense from pursuing as quickly, and just not accurate with that last pass.
2nd down and 10 from about the 14-yard line for the Phoenix. Auburn, they jumped, but also the receivers jumped as well, and they will call a fault. Actually, it will be a snap infraction on Percy Julian. As we have a break, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Wings 94.3 is an Auburn Network station, part of the Radio Alabama family.
Tigers lead this one, and that's a fumble. And I'm not sure Auburn's going to come away with it. That is an extremely heads-up play there by the defensive lineman who came up with it. I think it was Pitts. Pitts knocked away the running back, and so he was able to get it. There was miscommunication there. The running back went to the left, quarterback went speedo to the right, did not look for the pitch, just let it go, and Auburn gets the turnover.
Yep, he pitched it to nobody, and as the running back tries to go and pick it up, you're exactly right. Caleb Pitts, instead of diving for the ball, he pushes the running back out of the way, knocks him off balance, and then he smartly falls on that ball. Really, really nice heads-up play from Caleb Pitts.
As Max Hammer will be the new Auburn High School quarterback. The sophomore threw a touchdown a week ago. Claps a hand, play action, rolls to his right, looks low to high, now he'll keep it. The sophomore runs, gets good yardage, first down yardage, hello, as he runs smack dab into number 1, Joshua Whiting. Gain of 16, 17 on the play for Max, but slide there, buddy.
Yeah, he basically ran a big circle right there. He almost ran around midfield there, the circle around the A, and did a really good job of picking up some yards, and then just kept kind of cutting it back all the way into a brick wall there from the Percy Julian defensive back.
Great run, and yeah, he kept going. Then all of a sudden, it was the momentum was stopped. Inside give to Omar. Omar puts his foot in the ground, has good yardage, 8, maybe 9 on the play across the 40-yard line. With 15 seconds left to go here in the fourth quarter, Tigers in control. Gain of 8 for Omar as he will check out. It looked like he caught a helmet on the thigh pad there.
Yeah, they went low on him out there from the defensive backs. He comes down.
And we'll take this quarter as Omar will get talked to. Right about the time he went down, the clock ran out. 41-7, Tigers lead. The biggest story now is going to be Cheetah, the health of Cheetah and Omar. We'll be back in one.
It could go either way, it seems like, off of this game, but I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, it seems like as far as his success rate, like in the first half, he was having more success, but the picks in the second half, I think, have started to bite this Falcon team. But he's so accurate, like on his throws with, even when he has the interceptions, it just seems like it's been good plays by the James Clemens defenders that have really been the story. I mean, it hasn't just been like a bad pass, and that's why it just seems like James Clemens defenders have made the plays over the Florence receivers there on those plays, and
looks like
Florence
that
is going to take it up to the 18. It's not going to be good for
9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at our Tigertown location, 2701.
The Auburn High football.
Just one donation.
Thank you to Hall Tree Service, Speaks Off-Road, and DJ Enterprises for providing flatbeds and drivers for the varsity team during the parade yesterday. Thank you.
Hammer in the gun with Flakes. Palmer in motion. And Hammer wants a little flat route to Cody Palmer. He'll make the catch, get to the 35 on 2nd and 2. Gain of about 4, maybe 5 for a first down.
Yeah, Hammer looks comfortable in the position. The first play, he had no hesitation with pulling that ball down and running. Doesn't care about having contact, and then with his first pass right there, does a nice job of just getting that ball out quick and puts it in a perfect spot.
Crawford Lothridge got the snaps against Dothan and was the first one in last week, but Max has had a good couple of weeks of practice, and he gets the first opportunity here this week. 2-by-2 set for Hammer. They'll clap the hands. Play action now want the pass to Ian Nation. What a catch. He's going to lose 2 or 3, but he sticks the hand up there on the bubble and makes the catch. Yeah. And loses 2, 2nd down and 12. And good news, Omar back in the game.
Yeah, saw Omar come back in, and you're right, that was a one-handed grab that was a phenomenal catch. Hammer just didn't get his feet set, let that ball sail on him, and going to put him behind the sticks here on 2nd down.
Something young quarterbacks at times struggle with in that RPO with the now screens and the bubble screens is just because that is a quote-unquote easy throw doesn't mean you let your fundamentals get away from it. The second quarter, which was brought to you by Troy Bank and Trust, the big difference in the game, Tigers outscored Percy Julian 27-0. Inside give to Omar Mapson, and he has himself a good run. Gets across the original line of scrimmage, plus a couple. Is going to set up a 3rd down and about 8, gain of 5 on the play.
Yeah, and I was watching big number 67, Clem Womack, on that play, get a pancake block downfield. Does a really good job. He's 6-7 yards downfield, running his man into the dirt.
Clem's been the best lineman for the Tigers this year. He's graded out the highest. Hugh Bodiford, Jalen Foster also have played well. The right side has played better as of late. Case Whaley and 8 Platt. Hammer play action, drops back, now goes to his left, looks to set his feet. He's going to run again. He does not try to run over the whole defense this time. He will get to about the 25-yard line. Might have his first on 3rd down and 8.
Yeah, does a nice job of just taking what's there, and they're going to give him the first down.
Nice job there by Hammer, who got it, who saw it, tried to let it progress as much as he could, then took off and ran, protected himself, and got it out of bounds. 1st down and 10. Nice job.
Slid away from the pressure, tried to keep his eyes downfield. It was covered, and he keeps the sticks moving.
And he will check out. Checking into the game is number 6, Crawford Lothridge, brother of Gibson Lothridge, who has a touchdown reception on the game. Antonio Welch in motion, wanting the out route to the motion player, just a little bit short, incomplete. 2nd and 10 coming.
Yeah, just left that a little short, but that's a hard timing route right there. You're coming in. He's been watching a lot of football tonight, and that's a tough first play to come in and try to connect on.
Tigers, the offensive staff, taking a long look at that play call sheet, see what they want. Kind of in a weird situation. You would think this is the run time, but with the young quarterbacks in, it's a time to hey, we need to throw the ball and got to work on that. Also, your young receivers are in the game. Antonio Welch in the game once again. Inside give, Flakes going to try to bounce it outside, and we'll get hit down there across the 25-yard line. Gain of a couple, 3rd down and about 8 coming.
Yeah, that time, he's done a pretty good job tonight of getting north and south, but I could see the the coaches on the sidelines a little frustrated of him bouncing that one that time, wanting him just to continue north and south and see if he couldn't pick up some extra yardage.
Daryl Gibbs, Antonio Welch, and Josh Askew will line up to the right. Solo receiver Griffin McLean here to the left. Omar Mapson in the gun next to Crawford. Welch and Askew, sophomores, on the right side. Lothridge will have it, will drop back. Tigers want a screen, and they have Omar. Omar at the 20. Clem Womack getting himself a block, getting himself a pancake. Omar Mapson tackled at the 2, maybe the 3-yard line, as they'll put him at the 3. Gain of 21 on the play, and with that, Auburn High School moves into the Byron Smokehouse Red Zone breakfast, or the Byron Smokehouse Breakfast Red Zone. Byron Smokehouse and Auburn tradition for over 30 years.
Yeah, that was a great play call, and you and I were both, again, got our eyes glued on 67, Womack down the field. That's an athletic play to lock up with a corner out here as the left tackle, be able to keep your feet and drive him into the end zone. I mean, he totally dominated that block right there, and that's one that'll go on a highlight reel for him for a long time.
6'3", 270, a junior is Clem Womack. 2 receivers to the right, tight end to the left, along with another solo receiver. Now Auburn will have a couple of motions. And Auburn, I think, calls a timeout because they read. Oh, I take that back. There's a delay. I wasn't even looking at the play.
I wasn't either.
Are really not as bad as I thought. Like, they're really not. I mean, they're not sure quite so bad.
For Lothridge, clock down to 8. Tigers need to get set, need to get going. If they have shift, they need to go. 3-2, Tigers will have it. Lothridge wants the slot fade. A lot of contact, and Antonio Welch draws the flag. It's a PI in the end zone. Should be put down at about the 2-yard line.
Yeah, tough position out there to play man-to-man on a fade route like that, and the defensive back just gets grabby and rips down on that jersey. I don't know that ball was going to be in a catchable spot, but regardless, I mean it was a hold that's going to put that ball first down inside the 5.
Really not sure how I feel about the PI in goal-to-go situations not being an automatic first. I feel like, I think third down and 20, you tackle them, sure, fine. But goal to go, I feel like that should be an automatic first down. Inside give by Flake, to Flakes. Flakes carries a couple of guys. Is he into the end zone? Keeps fighting. Actually, he lost the ball. Who has it? Touchdown. We'll see who came up with it. Flakes came up with it. So we'll give it to Flakes, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? 4-yard touchdown run for Tyler Flakes.
Yeah.
Makes this one 47-7.
It looked like number 73, Aiden Platt, was the guy that came around with the ball, but somehow or another, Flakes is able to land on it. He was running hard. He was north and south like we had just talked about, but looked like that ball did pop loose, and he's able to get on top of it in the end zone.
With 8:01 left to go in the fourth quarter, the Tigers punch another one in. Extra point is up and good. New kicker.
Kick is good.
Coming in was number 42. 43. Presented by the orthopedic.
Kinley Scott 8 to return.
As this one will be returned at about the 5-yard line. Not Magoo on the kickoff this time, straight up the middle. And it looks like Jackson Laverne comes in and makes the tackle as kicking off there for the Tigers was number, I think it was 39, Joseph Daniel, a sophomore. And Auburn has had the ball 9 times, 8 scores, 1 turnover on down. Wow. No punts.
Yeah, just a really good job of executing and just finishing this game off the right way.
First and 10, Percy Julian.
First and 10, Percy Julian from the 27-yard line. Little bubble out to the near side. Tigers having some subs in. We'll get those players to you. I'd say that. But I look into the back level, and there's still a whole lot of starters there. Jackson Laverne checks in at the linebacking core. Checking out is Jason Williams. Cam Creighton in at the defensive end spot along with number 61, Carmelo Ford. He came into the game earlier in the second half, or in the second quarter rather. Also into the game, number 99, Cornell Jackson, a 6'2", 300-pound sophomore defensive lineman. And Michael Foster as well, the right defensive end. Percy Julian will have it, drops back. Tigers getting some pressure, and Wyatt Trexler adding pursuit from the inside, able to get out at about the 35-yard line. Gain of about 4 on the play, 3rd down and 2 coming.
Well, that was a good job right there by Jackson Laverne of taking the wheel route and running with it down the sideline. That was their playmaker, number 2, Javarian Rogers. He's the one that gashed Auburn in the first half on the ground, and that time they had a wheel route. He's telling the quarterback right now, you've got to give me a shot there. But Jackson Laverne runs with him step for step and forces the quarterback to keep the ball.
Amari Brown and Isaac Bedford into the game, as well as number 30, Demir Garrett. As Auburn will get some substitutions in here. Auburn brings pressure on the outside. There's Rogers, and coming down, tracking the running back down. Once again, Cam Creighton, who's made a couple of plays from the backside defensive end spot. It will be 1st down yardage on 3rd down and short.
And had to have it, because if Cam Creighton doesn't track that down from the back, then that's a touchdown right there. I mean, there was nobody left behind him.
6 foot, about 6'1", 150, 155 pounds is Cam Creighton.
But he's got speed.
He's got speed, and he's aggressive, and he gets to the point of attack pretty well. 7:13 and counting left to go here in the 4th. The Tigers lead 48-7. Once again, GT, and now the bubble screen. Jackson Mills flies up. A couple of missed tackles. But luckily for Auburn, Isaac Bedford in there along with Ford. Demir Garrett as well help out as Andrew Hahn and Jackson Mills. That'll make the defensive coaches a little bit frustrated. 2 of your starters who are still in the game are 2 of the guys that overrun that bubble screen.
Yeah, just losing fundamentals right there. I mean, they just, like you said, overran it. They're right there in position to make the play. They could have used one another as leverage, and instead they go for the big hit and they miss.
Percy Julian will now spread their receivers further out. Drew has it. I'm not sure who that was supposed to go to. You don't really see a swing action into a now screen, but that's exactly what we saw on that one. Coming up and making the catch there is Johnny Darby. Gain of a couple, 3rd down and 6 coming.
Yeah, the quarterback and the running back that flared out, they both looked at each other. The quarterback tapped as if he were saying, hey, that's my bad. I think maybe he told the running back to do something that he wasn't supposed to do there.
Stacked look, and this is a formation that's become very popular in college football. Outside of the numbers, stack your receivers and spread out the defense. Again, a now screen immediately. Garrett adding some pressure, does a good job of forcing the issue. There's a late flag coming in. We'll see if that's a hold or if that's a flag on the Auburn sideline for asking for a hold.
Yeah, it's a hold.
Pass complete to number 12, Johnny Darby. There's a penalty flag on the play.
Which, gives a decision here, because it could make it 4th and 6.
Auburn will decline.
Yeah,
4th down and 6. For Percy Julian, there's 5.5 left to go here. Go for it, why not?
Yeah.
Work on some of the stuff that you want to work on. This is a team that still they got some young guys that are still building from being so good a couple of years ago. Little motion here. Dropping back, wants to go ball. Has a receiver, overthrows it. Looking for number 86 on the play, who I don't have. I'm going to assume it's Marquise Brown. And incomplete on the play. Garrett was there. Auburn High will take over.
Yeah, Garrett didn't give up on the play and is able to get back in it right as the ball is just slightly overthrown. But Auburn will take over and hopefully melt the rest of this 5 minutes and 13 seconds and get out of one of only 4 home games for the season.
Can see Coach Bagwell, one of the receivers coach, getting his line of receivers right next to him, which means that we're about to see a whole bunch of subs coming out.
Good for them.
Jet motion here, inside handoff to Mikael Ammons, who's going to be spun around by the face mask. He's going to make a guy miss and then finally be tackled across the 40-yard line. Gain of a couple and a hard run there by Ammons.
Yeah, love to see that. Love to see a guy come in, have a shot, get his name called, and when he gets the ball, he's making guys miss. He's fighting and scrapping for extra yards.
Charlie Ward will check out. Coming into the game, number 18, J.D. Dallas. Mark Basil in at tight end. Jay Alexander as well. Max Hammer still your quarterback. Coming in number 87, I believe that is Grayson Vanderberg, the receiver, the senior.
We still have enough broadcast to last.
Up front, get some of those guys to you right after this play. Inside give to Ammons once again, and he's going to bounce outside and be tackled for a loss there. Tucker Auburn into the game, as well as Caden Neighbors. So Matthew Givens into the game at tackle.
Spinks Eccles just checks in.
Yeah, and he's a sophomore, Jaden Spinks Eccles. The sophomore class they got some linemen that have an opportunity to be pretty good, but in the spring that was an eye-opening experience for a lot of these sophomores. Justice Wall into the game as well at receiver, trying to get a block for his running back who got knocked out of bounds there. Ammons once again. Also Pritchett staged in the game, number 75. Trenton Pritchett, 6'4", 250, a sophomore.
He's got the look, man. I mean, he's lean. He could pack on a lot more weight to that frame, and you wouldn't be able to tell it. I mean, he's a head taller than everybody on the field out there right now. He is a good-looking young prospect.
Carter Robinson also comes in. Pritchett, I know, has already had some schools talking to him strictly based on his frame.
Yeah.
Hammer claps the hands. Inside give to Ammons once again, and Ammons is going to bounce it outside and now try to get some help. Gets pushed. I don't know if that was Hammer or somebody else, but definitely got a push from one of his teammates to try to get him forward. Ryan Birchfield into the game as well. Number 36, a receiver into the game. That is Noah McDonald. As Auburn getting a bunch of people into the game.
Yep, Cameron Moore just checks in, number 30.
A lot of these players, they played earlier in the week in their JV game. But as Auburn's finding out, there's the number of JV games. Auburn wants to play as many as they can because they have a big 10th grade class, but less and less schools are playing that JV game right now. So this is good to see them get an opportunity to come in and get some reps in a game type situation. Could be another face mask, and there it is. As running the ball there was number 10, Ivy Foster, 5'8", 150 pounds. Moved to running back. Checking in now on Wyatt Edmondson on the line. Bruce King, or Justice Hallman rather, checks in as well. Auburn getting all the people that they can check in right now. Fourth down coming up for the Tigers. 2:50 left to go here. Auburn leads 48-7. And I think this is good to get people in because the next 3-4 weeks for this Auburn schedule gets pretty brutal.
It's about as hard as you're going to find in the state of Alabama the next 3 weeks.
Auburn at Ramsey, who's the number 1 team in 5A next week. And then they get Opelika at Opelika, who is pretty darn good this year. If you haven't been keeping up, Hammer fumbles it and just has to jump on the ball. And that'll be a turnover on downs as Percy Julian will take over. And then you get an off week, and then you get the second most talented team in the state, maybe the third most talented team, depending on classifications and all that in Central. You know, I'm still going to put Thompson 1, Saraland might be 2, and then Central's right there. And Opelika had an opportunity to beat Central in Central.
Opelika just plays Central tough every year. You know, they just they're not out-athleted, and I don't think that there's a fear factor that Central has on some of these other programs.
Little bubble to the outside. Auburn will have to sum up and make the tackle, and a whole bunch of hats getting around there trying to fly around and make a tackle.
Will Lee, number 40, Will Lee was over there. I remember Will Lee from youth football. Kid always had a nose for the ball, and from what I know about him, he'll be a good little player for Auburn. Sophomore playing linebacker right now.
Trey Smith also checks in over there. Maddox Jones wearing number 17. As a little swing pass out to the near side. Stepping up and making a tackle is number 16 there, B.J. McGee, the defensive back. See number 90 checking in the game, Micah Bowersock, the defensive lineman.
Stop made by number 16, Brandon McGee.
We're getting as many people in as they can. Ashton Wilson, a linebacker, checks into the game. Kamari Russell, a defensive back, checks in. And once again, quarterback will pull it, and now we'll look to run. Ello gets a block from his receiver and runs out of bounds. Good yardage there on first down.
Yeah, almost a blindside block over there. He almost set up his receiver to. He did, pointing him out to get a block, but almost cost 15 yards right there.
Isaac Bedford checks back into the game, a sophomore that Auburn has high hopes for at the safety position. 6'1", 160. 140 and rolling here in the fourth quarter. Tigers lead 48-7. Tigers show blitz. Here comes Will Lee. And he'll actually get in on the gang tackle there. The far side is the backside of that play was able to hold up to allow the pressure to get there. Chris Watkins was in there, defensive lineman, as well as number 52, Dakarius Payne.
Yeah, these guys are doing a good job coming in and just not letting Percy Julian just kind of have their way with them. I mean, they're playing hard, physical, and playing assignment football.
And also, they're still going against ones.
Yeah.
McGrew steps up. Nice scramble there. Tries to stiff arm there Amari Brown, who ends up coming up with the tackle.
Stop made by number 20.
So Trey Smith just run onto the field.
Landon Battle, a defensive lineman, also rotates in. Jackson Laverne coming in on a blitz, fader out to the near side, and threw it in between 6 people. 3 defensive backs and 3 receivers. Now one incomplete.
Well, their quarterback's got a good arm. He's a good athlete and has thrown some good passes tonight. They put him in a situation to have to make some difficult throws on their on the options that they're giving him. But that ball was laid out there. I think 2 receivers, one of them looked up and thought the other one was going to make a play on the ball, and neither one of them did. But I've been impressed with just the guy's poise and his physicality, and I think he has thrown some good balls tonight.
Yeah, last year we saw this team was just overmatched from the start, didn't really have a chance. They came in, gave Auburn a battle, and then as there's going to be a quarterback run to the outside, down the sideline, they might add on a little extra touchdown as he steps out of bounds right at the 5-yard line. Mark it to the 3-yard line here with 20 seconds left. I forget what the final was, but it was a wide margin.
Yeah.
And then here tonight, they come in tied up in the first quarter. It's tied at 7 at the end of 1 quarter of play, and then Auburn able to force some issues on defense, make some adjustments, and then just kind of grind out a big win here tonight.
Yeah, and that last play was the one they just went back to that Jack had asked Coach about. And, they made some adjustments, but they probably haven't. Those adjustments likely never filter down to the guys that are in the game right now. So they're playing the old way of fitting that.
Speed option to the outside, pitches it to the running back who's going to get in, as it would make sense if they were able to get Rogers a touchdown. And they do. So with 15 seconds left, Rogers punches it in from a couple of yards out to make it 48-13.
Yeah, and he's played hard. I mean, he's been a good running back. For those guys to have a little bit of success right here at the end, they've earned that. But again, they went back to the this is what we heard Auburn with at the beginning of the game, and the adjustments just never got to the guys that are in here.
Hoover falls to Hewitt 28-7, as Hoover is 1-4 on the year and have scored 13 points in the last 2 weeks of region play.
It's been a fall for them, man. I mean, they no longer are acquiring all the talent in that area. They're moving to Thompson and
Vestavia. Hewitt, as the extra point is up, and I think he missed it to the near side. He did. We'll take this time out to sneak in a break.
With 15 seconds remaining in the ball game, Auburn has 48, Percy Julian 13. To pick for Percy Julian.
Tomorrow, bright and early as well.
Yep.
Number 7.
How is the season going for them right now?
It's going really good. They're 9-3. They did lose their opening conference match against Wichita State, but they play 2 this weekend against UAB. So we'll see if they can't get in the win column there in the American.
And if you're not familiar, we're talking about East Carolina volleyball, where Rob's daughter is a freshman on the team. Sky kick, return it. Forget the fair catch, go get yards. It's Charlie Ward on the return, and he will get out of bounds. And you were telling me y'all had a pretty cool moment when she was able to be a starter, and y'all weren't really expecting it there in one of the earlier games in the year.
Yeah, we weren't. They second tournament. They didn't even tell her. The way that you find out if you're starting, they walk up to you and they say autograph this volleyball to throw out into the stands when they call your name out. And so we weren't even at the game. We were watching it on TV, and all of a sudden her face pops up on as a starter. So we were going pretty berserk, but she ended up leading the team in kills that night, and got to start for a couple more nights. But we'll see how they progress.
Jackson Dooley comes in and takes a knee, and that'll do it. 48-13, Tigers win. They improved to 4-1 on the year, and more importantly, they improved to 3-1 in region play as they will get ready to head to the #1 team in 5A next week, the Ramsey Rams in Birmingham and Legion Field. When we come back, we'll have the Southern Union State Community College postgame show. You're listening to the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.